appreciate everyone for joining us that have come from far to join us today at this very, very important event. This is South African Sign Language in Digital Spaces. And for this event, we've got many, many participants that will be joining us for negotiations and discussions surrounding the objectives that we have for SASL in digital spaces. And we're hoping that it's a cooperative and good event today, and I'm looking forward, and I'm quite happy to see all of you here. Is everyone good? You don't look very happy to be here. I don't see any smiles. Awesome. Remember, today we have people that are physically joining us in the auditorium, as well as guests that are on our Zoom platform. So we do have some house rules prior to before we start the official presentations. Firstly, for the viewers online, we would just like to request that have your cameras off throughout the session. We have many, many participants that are joining online, and so we want to ensure that there is a smooth process happening online as well. And also just double check that your sound is off, or put yourself on mute. We don't want to be distracted by background sound. So just please bear those two important notes in mind. If you do have questions, we will give the opportunity for you to either type your questions in the chat, or you can share it and switch your video on. Just remember that we do also have the communities here that are in the SASL community, that are SASL users. And so we are here to support each other, and we want to provide support on both aspects. We do also have interpreters, South African Sign Language interpreters, present in the venue. They are placed strategically around the venue, here to assist for voicing and communication purposes, so that we can dialogue smoothly and the conversation can flow naturally. So we have interpreters to provide access for that. Another important note, when there is an interpreter on stage, please avoid coming forward to take pictures. There is access on Zoom as well. So if, for example, if you feel like you've missed anything, you can have a look on the Zoom platform. We do have several cameras in place, so we don't want anyone interfering with the cameras that are set up. And then when it's time for questions, please wait. We will give you an opportunity to ask questions, but we also need to wait for the camera to move their shot onto you, and then you can ask your question. For any presenters that are coming forward, if we could just be patient as well while the interpreters are switching. Give them time to switch, and when they've switched, then you can continue with your presentation. So please work with us on that. Is there one more thing I wanted to add? I think that's everything. So if we can all work together and make sure that communication flows naturally and that we enjoy today's event. Yes. Our first speaker is Heather. Prof. Heather Brooks. She will be presenting first today. Just introduce yourself, please, Prof, before you start your presentation.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to this really exciting... Sorry, I already made a mistake. Everyone learn from that. Okay, ready. Right, good morning, everybody, and welcome to this very exciting event. My name is Heather Brooks, and I'm leading the Child Language Development Node, which is part of SADiLaR, the South African Centre for Digital Language Resources. We're based at Stellenbosch as the node, and we work on all child language development in all of South Africa's 12 languages, official 12 languages. So I'd like to welcome you to this event, and I'd particularly like to welcome representatives from the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, Phumla Mpisane, Nokuthula Mthethwa, and Thandeka Haddles. I'd also like to welcome Professor Langa Khumalo, the director of SADiLaR. And then the media who are mainly online, but also some very important guests. I won't give all of the list now of the South African Sign Language community. So welcome to everybody. Okay, I'm supposed to get a slide up here. The slides? Is it? Okay, I will continue without the slides for the moment. I think I can remember them, but maybe they will come up in a second. Yes, there you are. So you can go on to the next slide, and to the next one, and to the next one. Okay, so I'm going to talk about what this project is about and give you a brief overview of it. So it is something that was initiated by SADiLaR, and I'll talk a little bit more about their mission in a moment. And it's about developing South African Sign Language resources and how SADiLaR can support this really important initiative. And this project is just a first engagement with key stakeholders around how SADiLaR can offer the infrastructure that's needed in our digital age for sign language work. Next slide. So SADiLaR is part of or sponsored by the DSTI. It's housed at Northwest University, and it's mandated, as I've said, to support digital language resources in all of South Africa's official languages, and particularly in the under-resourced languages. And it supports multilingualism and digital humanities across South Africa and even beyond. Next slide. So SADiLaR, as I said, has developed is developing language resources in all 12 official languages. And because South African Sign Language is the recently added 12th official language, SADiLaR's mandate needs to expand and support resource development and aggregation. So we want to support aggregation, accessibility, and the preservation of our language resources. And as I said, this project is a start in this direction. Next slide. The Child Language Development Node is one of SADiLaR's 6 nodes. And part of our node has something called the Hand Lab project. And this is a sign language community, deaf-led community initiative developing curriculum materials in South African Sign Language for schools. And I just want to mention the 2 main leaders of that is Vanessa Reiniker and academic oversight by Frenette Southwood, who is largely responsible for much of today's event. So thank you. Next slide. So this project is hopefully being led by South African Sign Language, the South African Sign Language community, and to engage broadly with stakeholders and gather people's views, both the hearing people and the South African Sign Language community, on how best we can bring together people in a way that can develop resources for sign language speakers or signers. So we're looking at how to investigate what we need to start the kind of infrastructure that is necessary. Next slide. So we want to expand digital resources and obviously engage across and extend that engagement as far as possible. Next slide, thank you. So our main part of this particular discussion today and engagement is around the project outcomes of what would be the requirements for a South African sign language sign bank. And that has involved finding an inventory or making an inventory of existing sign language resources. It has also involved migrating all the hand lab South African signs from DVD to an LMS format, and that has been done already, and you will hear more about that quite soon. And to find ways of making, or platforms that are going to make interactive possibilities for South African sign language community and beyond. Okay, and also part of it has been to think about how we might incorporate South African Sign Language into the African WordNet project, which is part of SADiLaR's node, one of SADiLaR's nodes. Next thing. So just to acknowledge everybody, the recognition and contribution of all the people that were involved in this inventory of finding out what exists and what do people want to have in such a sign bank. And so we want to acknowledge, of course, the sign language community, the PanSalb, of course, and all the academics, the corporate and the private sector entities and organizations that spoke to our researcher, Candice Morgan, who will be presenting later. So what we want to say is SADiLaR is very committed to collaboration and to bringing people together to collaborate across different sectors. Last slide, please. Or is that the last slide? Yeah. So this is the start, and we hope that you will feel free to be able to give input, and we welcome you again. At this event and afterwards, we will also have ways in which you can engage with what happened here today, and that this can be disseminated much wider. So thank you very much, and I hand back to the MC.
Hi, everyone. Hello. Good morning. It is an early morning, I know. Candice already said hi, but she never introduced herself. So, my goodness, let's do that. Candice, we are doing the Master of Ceremony duties together today. As you know, I'm Aisha. I go very fast, but I'll do a slower version of myself today. So please, I'm very honest. I am very nervous today. It's quite overwhelming to be here today, so thank you for having me. My name is Aisha. I have met quite a few of you already. Online, I just want to check, is everyone okay? Everyone is following and has access? Wonderful. So let's talk about the reason we came and gathered for today's event. This is a South African Sign Language event. We have South African Sign Language as an official 12th language of South Africa. Yes? And we were so excited when it happened. And we were ready to see what happens next. And this is what has happened since. Let's watch the video together. South African Sign Language. I'm so sorry, could we pause the video for a moment? In the room, we do have quite a bit of light shining on the screen. Could we have a momentary light dimming just for now while we watch the video, and then we can turn the lights back on again? Is there someone in the room that could do that for us? Oh, that's brilliant. Thank you. Let's restart that video. There is no sound to the video. Please follow the captions. video. We're showing pride for being deaf, pride for our language, and some people don't know sign language yet, but in this case, we had privilege for a change in this room as deaf people, watching it in silence for you, but in a language that is ours, a visual language. If you feel that you cannot see clearly, please make sure on the Zoom function that you select the correct view. In the top right corner, you will have the view function and select the view that you prefer, gallery or speaker view, etc. We love you and we're not excluding you. We are here to make sure everyone is included. Let's hand over to Candice for a lovely, exciting moment we'd like to share with you.
Thank you so much, Aisha. I have had to really gulp. I had a lump in my throat watching that videos. Thank you very much. So, we have a prize. And the prize is for the first person who registered for today's event. And that goes to... Drum roll. Is this person here? There we go. She's the...
So this is about the person who was most excited to be here in person and registered the first. Any photos for, oh please Candice, join us for this prize. Let's have a photo from the photographer in the back. Please smile over there. Thank you. Thank you so much. We hope you enjoy that. And you can show us what prize you got. It was created by one of our deaf community members, Yuvini. So she is the creator of different craft items. Yuvini, where are you? Ah, there we go. This is what we would say a deaf enterprise, deaf-owned company. She creates lovely items like this. So please make sure that you look at it and also place your orders. Next up, Heather already explained, or Prof. Brooks already explained to us about the resources and where these resources can be placed for everyone to access. So Candice has done some research of her own where she would meet different people, and the information that she gathered was then put to good use. We wanted to find out about the South African Sign Language sign bank that we want to create and how people felt about it. So let's rather hand over to Candice to give us a better explanation as to what the sign bank is all about.
Thank you so much, Aisha. I know that we are switching roles today. So I'm MC, we are MCs as well as presenters. So preparing for the SASL sign bank, I've been working on that for quite some time. And I will explain to you what it's all about so that you can have a better understanding. So the purpose of the bank, or the presentation itself, we do have objectives. And the objectives are to find stakeholders that are currently busy, we're busy with stakeholder consultations, and finding out what resources there are, and also finding out what concepts and ideas that are already in the works within the SASL community. And this is mainly defined what our 4 objectives are. So governance, technology, education, and linguistic or languages. And those are the 4 main points that we've gathered in our stakeholder engagements. I'm going to stand over here. I hope everyone can see me. I've done a numerous amount of interviews with about 24 people. And those 24 people that took part in the interviews are from the deaf community. So I've interviewed a couple of deaf community members, as well as parents who have deaf children, hearing parents and their relationship with their deaf children, deaf organizations I've also interviewed, different institutions or representatives of the institutions, and also South African Sign Language linguists. people within the educational sector, people in the technology sector, and interpreters as well. And so we've interviewed them on different concerns and different opinions. With South African Sign Language and the bank being established, and the purpose of why we want this bank, we've noticed that within South African Sign Language, the resources that are available are quite minimal or fragmented. And regionally, there isn't equal access. So there's unequal access to the resources that are available. The curriculum available at the moment is quite limited. And then also barriers in education in terms of accessibility within the education sector as well as service sectors. And we are aware of the barriers that are currently being experienced. And these are the 4 important points or challenges that we want to combat with the Sign Bank. With the SSL Sign Bank, the support that we need to establish the bank is number 1, equity in terms of language.
I am so sorry for this interruption, Candice. Can we please ask those online? I know you are so excited to be here. Your cameras need to be turned off and you need to be on mute. It's really problematic for others to follow the main screen if there are too many of you still leaving your screen and mics open. If, unfortunately, this cannot be managed from your side, we will have to force everyone to close off their cameras and their mics, and we don't want to do that. Thank you so much. Back to you, Candice.
Thank you, Aisha. And then going back to what the Sign Bank, what we need to establish it, the support we need, is, I said, language equity as well as educational in terms of inclusion in the education sector. We need access to communication and innovation on the technology side, and also language development, and then promoting of South African Sign Language as an official language. And that promotion needs to be quite prevalent. What's very important that we share about the Sign Bank and the purpose of the bank, that we don't view it as a dictionary. It is a national linguistic and research infrastructure. So that's the aim of what the Sign Bank would be there for. These are just points that we've stated of how we would like the Sign Bank to function. Needs to be a dynamic, evolving system. Thank you. A communication resource, and also a research infrastructure, as well as an educational support platform. And that's the aim of the purpose of the Sign Bank as well. And then also establishing a technological data ecosystem, so that at a later stage, when there are more developments, there is an infrastructure, a functioning infrastructure, where the bank is able to evolve depending on the way the technology develops. Also with the platform itself, it needs to be an accessible platform, and then technology, as technology evolves, the platform would also evolve. We also want to make sure that it's a centralized Sign Bank, because we don't want it to be fragmented resources. We want to preserve the linguistic diversity as well within the Sign Bank. It needs to document regional variation. And also it needs to support practical consistency, specifically for SASL users and in whichever domain they are operating in. We've got different layers to the Sign Bank. The first layer being descriptive documentation. So that would be within the different regions, gathering from the different generations in the SASL community, and also context. It helps to preserve the authentication of the language. The second layer is for supportive purposes, which would be within schools. assessments, professional communication, and also in the institutional context. Deaf individuals need to be considered as the authors, have to be considered as the authors, or must be the authors, interpreter mistake, validators, also decision makers. There should be, that onus should be on us as the decision makers of how decisions are made, and also custodians as well. We need to be involved in the process. Then with deaf-centered governance, we've stated a list of requirements, and that would be inclusive representation, co-creating models, having validation done within the communities, and a proper process linked to that, and then long-term accountability so that it can be passed on. Then on to ethical imperatives. This is quite important. There needs to be informed consent, transparency at all times, intellectual property protection, and ownership to be taken by the communities. The bank also needs to support different initiatives. So it should be for everyday communication within families, how to communicate with their family members, etc. Learning basic vocabulary, how to communicate at home. So the bank would be there to assist with that. And then with early childhood development. So for the child, because there are no resources at such a young age, it would serve as a support mechanism for supporting child-centered signing resources. The sign bank also needs to support within the educational sector. So with the curriculum, it needs to also align with technology, and then science, technology, education, mathematics, all the vocabulary should be included in that, and it also serves as a support mechanism for teachers. Then professional domains. Professional domains such as health, healthcare, the legal system, workplace communication, and public services. Then we go to research and linguistics, metadata, grammar, and semantic relationships. There are gaps that we have noted that are limited in terms of the academic content and science for the academic content, and we've identified mathematics, science, technology, and professional disciplines. So those are the 4 gaps we have, and we will be adding to those. So the proposed contribution is that the sign bank can improve classroom accessibility. It supports also the learners within the schools, the deaf learners. Also the educators, the assistant educators, as well as interpreters. And enable bilingual learning environments. Then within the higher education sector, SASL courses can also be used for interpreter training, for linguistic research, and academic terminology, and the development of academic terminology. Many problems do exist with the current resources that we have. There are many resources, but they are focused on isolated vocabulary only. And we want to have a sign bank that has different contexts and different focuses. And we also wanted to have all 5 aspects of SASL included. So that would be facial expression, movement, context, and non-manual features. And within the sign bank, we should include signs, examples of how to use the signs, and then scenarios, everyday real-life scenarios. So for example, explaining things, how you would use the signs in everyday life to build a conversation, to build a relationship, to build rapport, etc. All those examples should be included there. Then on the technology aspect, it's quite important. These are the requirements that we've stated. It needs to be high quality recordings. This is very important. It is a must, because we don't want videos or content shared that is pixelated or not clear or not accessible. And then to have an accurate representation of the quality is to include handshake movement so that it's clear. So when you are recording it, it picks up those aspects. There are many also with the setting up of websites as well. We should have requirements to lead us on text, images, optional audio if you would like to add that. If you do not want to include audio, it should be an optional choice. And then also navigation in terms of visually on the bank as well. We want to also prioritize the user experience to make sure that it's easy to use, that it's simple, easy to navigate. Is it accessible? Can I access it? How do I access it? We've also noted search features, so to help you search for a context or a topic or a sign. So on the platform, the functionality of the platform is important. When we look for search, so search tools itself, maybe you enter a word or a sign you are searching, it should be easy accessible to enter the word or the sign that you are looking for. Or if you don't know the sign, there should be an opportunity for you to see what the sign means, and then also a parameter in terms of searching and navigating the related sign to a word. Then community participation, and what this means is the different generations within the community gathering their contributions as well, and we checking and constantly validating that the contributions is ongoing. So this is not a once-off project. We're not setting it up and leaving it as is. We will be updating, and it needs to be continuous updating. Then on to learning tools. The activities and practicing of the platform and using the sign bank. And also if you have feedback and you want to share that with us, we want to establish a method or a mechanism that you can share that feedback with us. And thematic browsing as well, so you can easily access what it is you are looking for. We want the requirements, essentially, this is essential for us, that needs to be involved in the sign bank. Mobility, can you move around? Can you access it on your mobile? Can you access it on your laptop? Is it going to use a large amount of data? Can we rather have it as a low usage only? Will it function if I don't have any data, if I'm offline? And also zero-rated access where possible. For example, if you're in an area that doesn't have access to any network. And does it work on your basic smartphone? Is it compatible? So those are the things that we've put down as essential requirements, and we feel that it's important. You might not feel that it's important, but this is extremely important to us because it speaks to inclusive technology. And we don't want there to be any exclusion within the communities. And we don't want to deepen the inequalities that are already existing, especially within the rural and the low-income areas. We want them to feel that it's open to them. We don't want those communities to feel excluded. Then with the integration of the sign bank, there is the South African sign language community there's a different corpora of different resources, and we want to gather that all in one platform. And then grammar resources or gram bank as well. Thank you, Bibi. Annotation tools, websites, the technology available, all of those things to be listed on the platform as well. And then educational technologies that are available, and any AI machine learning systems that are in existence that we would like to take part in and learn more about, also to be included in the sign bank. Long-term and potential aspects we want to see or support is automatic sign recognition. Then machine translation. For example, translation done on digital, on the machines, and then digital learning tools, and linguistic analysts. Then disseminating the sign bank or the information, or gathering the information. That is also an ongoing process. It's not a once-off launch. With the different institutions, the schools for the deaf, universities, programs that are available for training, all those communities, the communities based and the workshops that are run in the deaf community, the deaf networks, etc. It needs to be an ongoing dissemination and inclusion in the sign bank. So those in the digital community as well, so social media, deaf influencers, online campaigning, we want them to get involved as well. And then on sustainability, we want to make sure that there's always updates that are happening continuously, and getting feedback from all the users and also support from the various institutions. At the moment, we do have challenges. The initiatives are very fragmented, and there's a lot of duplication happening within the community, same projects being done overall in isolation, and then limited collaboration. And the resources, there are sort of competition amongst different organizations that are creating similar resources. What we do need is more partnerships with deaf organizations, government, researchers, universities, and our partners in technology. And if we can all collaborate, we can create something amazing. Then key requirements, we feel that significant deaf contributions and leadership should be prevalent within this project, and building long-term partnerships as well, and getting support from institutions. If the sign bank is implemented successfully, we can improve early language acquisition. It will strengthen also the connection within families between the hearing and the deaf, enhancing educational access. Inclusion within the workplace will increase. SSL research will be advanced, and the technological innovation will be supportive, or it will support the innovation of SSL resources, and ultimately strengthen SSL as an official language. The sign bank is a very critical step to ensure linguistic equity and also social inclusion within South Africa. And while it's doing that, it's also opening avenues for scientific research and technological innovation. So in conclusion, the SSL Sign Bank, it will be a linguistic infrastructure, an educational infrastructure, a technological infrastructure, as well as a social inclusion infrastructure. And the success really depends on us. Deaf-centered governance, having an inclusive design, sustainable partnerships, and institutional commitments. The Sign Bank has the potential to really transform the access to language, the access to education, information, and opportunities for deaf communities within South Africa. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Are we taking any questions? Just hold on.
So what we have seen has been quite impactful. We are also trying to, like we collect money, trying to collect signs. Internationally, there are already quite resourced opportunities. But what is important, and what we see from those organizations that have sign banks in place in those countries, is that they focus on collaboration. If you have a burning question, if you have a burning comment that you'd like to contribute at this point, please make sure that you stand. You put your hand up. We'll give you a moment to stand. Make sure the camera is pointed at you so that we can also make sure the interpreters are in place if needed, and you can ask your question in that moment. So we will manage that process. And online, please don't worry, we also provide you with opportunities. Once we are finished in the room, we will let you know when online questions are open. So in the room, we have one. Another question or comment? Do we just have one? Are you nervous? I won't bite you, I promise. Okay, so there's someone with a beautiful red dress. Oh, sorry, red top, I do apologize. If you could please stand and the question can be presented. Let's just give a moment. The camera is ready. Please make use of your microphones if you are going to use English. If not, yes, maybe ask your question in English. We have an interpreter in place. Make sure you speak up so that everyone can hear. There should be a microphone at the desk. Is it not working? So there's a matter of intellectual property when you talk about universities and the resources that they have, and sharing that in a space that doesn't protect their intellectual property. WITS, for example, would not accept this platform. We have many people, like myself, who want to share the information that we have, but due to the work environment and institutional policies that are in place, we are limited as to how much of our resources we can share. So how do we resolve that issue? Okay, that's quite an interesting question. Intellectual property that belongs to the universities, and that's institutional policies. How do we address that? I don't know. Candice, is this something you could do?
We are aware of the issue in terms of intellectual property with the institutions, but now with SASL as an official language, the aim is to be working together. Government should be assisting us in terms of that. If the institutions are understanding or open to collaborating, then maybe they will be open to sharing intellectual property. But we also want to emphasize that if they're not willing to, these are the things that will happen, or this is the impact. And we're hoping that government sort of stipulates any legislation that will then instruct universities or institutions to share those resources. So that hopefully is something we can get in process.
So maybe for now, this is a space where we can start that specific conversation. We are looking for partners, we are looking for collaborators, and this is something that we need to consider. So SADiLaR, as you can see the acronym and the logo everywhere. So SADiLaR is an institution that is responsible for creating this resource hub. And maybe there could be an MOU in place. But let's look at opportunities and see how we can resolve this issue in a different way, and see how we can maybe have MOUs in place with universities. Online, are there any questions that we can consider here? Okay, there's one question. The question from Zoom is what?
Can we get the video of? Yes, perfect.
Thank you very much. The question is, what would the cost implications of access to this wonderful initiative be, especially for institutions like schools and individuals that want to access this? Will there be a cost?
So we've all seen the question. Thank you to the online participant for their question. Okay. Remember, that this is still in the process. We still trying to we are still configuring how we would implement it, except mentioning, I remember the essential requirements in terms of low data, zero rated data, etc. So we are still trying to configure how we would implement it and the technology that we would need to develop it. So those are things that are still, we are busy working on. So any ideas that come forward here, we can share that. And when we have a successful pilot, then we can start sharing in terms of implementing and planning. And so accessibility is quite important for us because it is our language, and the aim is to make sure that we can manage the implementation with assistance from.
Thank you. Naomi, I see that there's another question. Just a moment, if we can please have our interpreter in place. We have another question online. Please turn the interpreter on the screen, please. On the green screen. Thank you. This question is from Sarah Coates, and the question reads, the DHET is starting to require collaboration between institutions, and this is specific for funding and for projects, and they don't want to fund the same research several times at different institutions. So this is more a comment than a question.
Just one more.
The second comment here, or rather question, is from Ella Warmeyer. And the question is, what about existing online sign banks? I know that the NID has one, and there's another one calling itself SASL Sign Bank. Can these be included?
Okay. Thank you very much. Oh, is there another one? You can take a third question.
We have a third comment, which is Liana Janse van Rensburg. So you say the difference between a dictionary and your resource bank is parameters added. Will there be sentences as well? Parents of deaf children struggle to learn as they don't know how to form sentences in sign language, especially SASL structure. Parents not able to sign remains a big problem for our deaf children. It is not free. If it is not free, it will remain a barrier for many parents.
Is that all the questions we have? Okay. If possible, I'm going to answer the three and then we can take more questions from the audience. Okay. The first question is a funding related question. This is why we also are here today. So if this bank is successful, we want to ensure that SADiLaR, DHET, that it becomes one centralized platform. So it's not duplicates of different platforms doing the same thing. If it's done in isolation or institutions are doing the same thing, we want to sort of avoid a duplication of the same platform, so that funding can also be centralized to the one platform. And we can obviously, as different contributors, delegate who we work in partnership with to take on certain aspects of the bank. Then the question in terms of, I think the second one was linked to SASL with NID's project, etc. NID has been willing to take part in the project. So it's not that we are taking their resources. They have just noted that these are the resources that they've developed, that they are available. So the bank is not there for you to tell you which resources to use. The bank is there for you to look at which resource options there are available, and you are free to choose the resource that works for you. So we understand that different organizations, institutions have worked very hard to establish the resources that they have already, that they have in place. Then for parents, and in terms of SASL structure and teaching their deaf kids and learning the language, prior to that, I've already explained that digital or audio options is available. So an audio option meaning the parent is able to hear the sign, hear the word, see the sign, and then share that with their child. And so that can then be assisted to help with, I'm learning the sign, I can hear the word, and I can share that with my child. And so that is the ideas or seeds of, that have been shared within the thought around establishing the SASL Bank. And this, we will be gathering all these thoughts until we have a project that is operating.
Thank you. Let's rather finish with online points. And I do know that we have one in the audience. Jabbar, I know that you are online. You would like to sign your question. And then I will hand over to you, Naomi, as the person in the room. And then, Jean, you may respond. Is that okay? Thank you so much. If we can please ask our technical support team, the one video that is on, it is Jabbar Mohammed. If you can please project his video onto the screen for us, we'll give you a moment to just find him on Zoom. Jabbar, if you could please open your video so that we can find you. Okay, we are in the process of making sure that we have access. Thank you so much. You may go ahead, Jabbar.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for today. Thank you for the beautiful presentation. Thank you to SADiLaR. It's been quite interesting, both presentations. I've made notes. I'm interested in terms of the SASL Sign Bank. This is a very big need within the community, so we need stakeholders that have already set up resources to take part. At the moment, the organizations, what we are doing internally, we are developing in-house, and we're noticing that there is a lack of communication with each other. So, for example, organizations providing social services or counseling, that's a priority within the community. So my question to you, I know that you are still in the planning process and it's new and you've just started, but my question is, how soon do you think the bank will be established? Because there's many barriers that we are still being faced, especially within the education department, what is happening in terms of the teachers in the schools not being able to sign, going into the deaf schools. So I'm not coming in to criticize, but as facts, this is what happened. This is what's happening in the schools. The deaf kids are suffering because they have no access to language. Also with parents as well, when they are informed or they diagnosed that they are deaf, the parents, the kids are diagnosed as deaf, the parents don't know what to do. The kids are then kept at home, and then until they enter the school, that period, there's no language that's being developed within that time. And unfortunately, they are not listening to our deaf leaders and to the deaf within the community. I understand that there is a chain of the way that medically children are being referred for assistance, but currently these are the barriers that children are facing. Also with school-leaving kids wanting to enter higher institutions, there are many barriers with that. And then the competition amongst organizations and institutions needs to stop. We do need to work together. We need to also resolve the foundation aspect, the ECD aspect, because I'm really hoping that with SADiLaR and all the stakeholders that we are working with, that there would be something very soon that we could implement. So thank you to SADiLaR for hosting this event. Thank you, Jabbar. Let's go back to, no, let's go to Jean. We're waiting just for the technical side to be resolved. And go.
I just want to get my good angle. So colleagues, I think just a few comments in terms of what was discussed. I think what I personally very like from what I'm hearing is there's a lot of good ideas and comments coming in from the audience and from online. And this is really just the start. After the dissemination event, there will be an online webpage where everything that we shared here will also be shared. There will be a way that more questions can be asked, more things can be clarified. So that's definitely there, point one. Point two, from SADiLaR's side, we are a non-competing infrastructure. So you can almost think of us in the same way that you think of roads in the country. Please don't think about the potholes. But once the road is there, you can do different things. There's infrastructure for you to move from point A to point B. From SADiLaR's side, we want to provide that infrastructure for all of our official languages. Within the spoken and written African languages, there are certain building blocks that you require to build automatic speech translation systems, or speech recognition systems, or text translation systems. But for that, you need different types of resources. And for that, you have a repository and you've got certain things. For sign language, you need additional type of infrastructure that's a little bit different. It's not just text. It's not just video. It's different things that integrate to each other. So you need all of those things also in this building block type format so that it can be utilized, so that there can be seamless technologies in the same way that you have automatic captions on Zoom, that you can have that same type of interaction and accessibility options available for various other types of languages, such as sign language as well. But for that, you need specific infrastructure. And for that, there's a sign bank. Again, that's non-competing. Any resource coming to the sign bank is licensed according to whatever the owner of that resource is. So typically, from a research perspective, we would appreciate if people are able to license it in a way that building blocks can be created, so you can create the technologies. But that doesn't say that when you put something in the sign bank, it's no longer yours. In many ways, it actually makes it more yours, because sometimes our resources that we have on YouTube is actually not licensed correctly. It's not licensed in a way that shows that you are the owner of that. So that's something that I can be clear. The infrastructure, it's a non-competing infrastructure there for everyone to use according to different licenses. That's the infrastructure part. And I think then the important question, I was smiling, and I can maybe look at my technical manager there, and I think he will also be smiling in terms of how quickly this can be available. So we are part of an international language resources community, also in Europe, called Clarine. They've also done a lot of things for sign language in their environment. You'll hear a bit more about that later, about the multilingual sign bank, or not sign bank, the multilingual WordNet project, for instance. So there are certain expertise and certain sign banks that's available, also in an open format that can be adapted according to the things that Candace checked and get response from, to make it uniquely suitable for the South African environment. But for that, that will take time. The positive thing is, part of this dissemination event, engaging with the community, is really to get a deaf-led understanding of what is needed, so that when we go and create such an infrastructure, that we can make sure that it is aligned with the needs of the community in South Africa. So in terms of that, the other question in terms of how to get infrastructure there, you need funding. And for that, we are thankful for the DSCI. Since sign language is now official language, we can take some of our resources to develop things specifically for sign language, as we did with other languages. So in that way, we are getting specific funds from the DSDI as part of this year's funding that we get to start work now towards that infrastructure. So for that, we will, I think, have some more dissemination events, as there was also calls to have more than one event like this, to also share how different sign banks can be utilized, and we'll be able to update you in terms of timelines with that. But for that, we hope to start certain work and collaborations this year to have those elements there. But again, a sign bank is only the place where you put things. If you don't have the data, if you don't have it in a format that can be shared, if you don't have it licensed, if you don't have the metadata describing this is a sign, this is the position where the sign is signed, whether it's right-handed, left-handed, that's the type of information that you would like to get into a sign bank. And for that, you get multiple examples later today about corpora that's being built and things like that that will help aid the development of a sign bank and the utilization thereof. So really, it's a community-driven thing. We need the input of the community. We don't know exactly what the community needs, so we really appreciate today your questions, and I hope I've covered everything. It was a bit longer, but I hope that framed it. We're not coming in to take anybody's resources. We're really creating a platform for that, fully owned by you and also led by you. So thanks.
Thank you, Jean. Thank you, Jean, for the clarity. Unfortunately, I know that there are burning questions in the audience. If we could just put that on hold, when there's time later, then we can open for discussions and questions. We're really pressed on time. So note your questions for now. We're not including you. We love you. We want to know what your inputs are, but we just want to continue and make sure that we're on time. Just bear in mind, this space is here to share your feedback. We don't want you to feel that this is their idea, it's not. SADiLaR themselves want feedback from you. They want involvement from the deaf. And also don't come in with the perspective of it's hearing-led, it's not deaf-led, etc. We want to get interactions or feedback from you as the deaf community, so please, let's cooperate. Let's move on to our next slide. So in South Africa, we have many different SASL resources that are already in existence. And so some of them will be coming forward to be sharing the resources they've developed. And then the order, I'm just going to give the order so that you know when to be ready. You only have 5 minutes. So when you start, you have 5 minutes to quickly present, and I will time you. First one, we have Computer Science Department. And then if you can go back to the previous slide. No, yes. So we have the Computer Science Department, and then the Department of General Linguistics, both are from Stellenbosch University, then HandLab, National Institute for the Deaf, and REA. Do you have a sign name? Does your organization have a sign name? I can't see. Do we have REA in the audience? Do you have a sign name? Yes. Sorry, I'm half blind, so I can't really see those that are sitting quite far. REA. Okay, awesome. So please be ready. This is the order of the 5 organizations. Computer Science Department from Stellenbosch University, you are up first. Drum roll, please.
Okay. Right, so I'm Zander Vermeulen. I'm a master's student at the Computer Science Department at Stellenbosch. This is what I'm working on. It's called the Deaf Education Annotation Framework, or just DEF for short. Next slide. Do we have the clicker thing here somewhere? Okay. Right. So what we're trying to do is there's kind of 2 things that we're trying to get at. So the first is that there aren't many resources in South African Sign Language on the internet. So we have lots of like educational websites in English, but nothing in South African Sign Language. So for example, if someone goes on Wikipedia, you can get it in English, you can get it in Afrikaans, whatever, but there's no sign language there. So that's the first problem we're trying to address. And basically how we want to do that is by letting the learners share the translations between themselves. So, yeah, we're working with the Witwatersrand School, and we're planning to pilot this next month. So, yeah, the idea is that the learner can then go onto the website, like Wikipedia, see the English text, and then upload their translation of what the text is, and then share that with the other learners. Okay? And then the second point, then more long-term, is that we can then use that to put together this corpus with English and sign language, with English and South African Sign Language, to then look at machine translation. Okay. So this is what it looks like. So it's a plugin for Firefox, the browser. And you can see here we have the example text we got from HandLab in English, and then next to it is the video translation into South African Sign Language. That's what it looks like on desktop. And we also have an honors student, Tom Wilson, who is working on getting this to work on mobile as well. So that's a work in progress. You can look at the videos on the cell phone, but we don't have the upload working yet. So we're still working on that. So that's not going to be part of the pilot. Okay. And then just lastly, yeah, I think I basically mentioned all of this before. So we are getting very close to starting the pilot now. So that's going to be sometime in June. We're working on getting it working on mobile. And then during the pilot, we can start collecting the data for the corpus, the parallel corpus with English and SASL. And then hopefully, IP permitting, we will make that publicly available later on. Okay, thank you.
So, good morning, everyone. I'm Kate Huddleston. This is my sign name. I'm from Stellenbosch University, and together with my colleague Anne Baker, who is from Amsterdam, we're working on two closely related projects, the SU-SASL corpus and the SASL signgram, which we're looking forward to integrating into the SADiLaR Sign Hub. So our corpus, we started collecting the data in 2019, and it's an ongoing project. Some of the support for the data collection came from the NRF, so it will have to be, or it will be open accessly available, because that is one of the prerequisites of NRF funding, is to make data open access. So we designed our corpus around three primary principles. We wanted a large amount of data, everyone does, but we wanted diverse types of data and from diverse users of the language. So varying in age, region, schooling background, language experience. We've collected this data in close collaboration with the NID and with schools across South Africa. And currently, this corpus consists of two projects. So the first project is focused on adult signers, and we have elicited data from more than 50 participants, and it's a combination of controlled experimental data, so a sentence repetition task, elicitation tasks for verb, agreement, and negation, and then more spontaneous naturalistic data in the form of retelling of cartoons and conversations. The second project focuses on child signers, of which Candice is participating through her master's research, where we're collecting data from more than 50 deaf or hard of hearing children, aged 7 to 13. And this allows us to track how SASL develops across childhood as well. So yes, as I said, the one thing that makes this corpus particularly valuable is the care we've taken to document who our participants are, so that these factors can be used in any analyses that are run with the corpus data. Because we want to make sure that the data is sensitive to variation rather than treating signers as a homogeneous group. In terms of transcription and analysis, parts of the corpus have been transcribed, specifically the SRT and some of the cartoon descriptions, but more transcription is necessary before we can actually make this as publicly available as we would like. And data that have been transcribed are being analyzed in relation to participant variables. And the results of these analyses will feed into our other project, the SASL SignGram, which is creating a multimedia, multilingual, multimodal descriptive grammar of South African Sign Language on a digital platform. Because as it has been highlighted today, there is no adequate descriptive grammar or reference grammar for SASL. Although we have some research in scattered papers, none of it hasn't been collected. It's not easily accessible. So the important thing is that this grammar will be descriptive rather than prescriptive, and the text will pull together what research has been done. And we'll have many video examples in SASL and text in SASL English and Afrikaans. We have collaborators from across South Africa, from the deaf community, from sign language interpreters, researchers, from the University of the Free State, the NID, WITS, Sol Plaatje University, and so on. So this SignGram will be based on the SignGram blueprint, which is part of the Sign Hub project that received European funding. So the SignGram blueprint will provide the structure, which is, as you can see, very small on the left. So each part has chapters, each chapter has sections, and these will be populated as we collect and establish the data on SASL. And we also want a glossary of linguistic terms to be available either as part of the grammar, as part of the platform, or through a sign bank. So yes, our timeline, we're working on the text at the moment from the various collaborators. We're planning to conduct workshops in October when Professor Baker is here from Amsterdam. And we will be inviting, obviously, the collaborators as well as community members, teachers of the deaf, teachers of South African Sign Language, and so on. But yes, the idea, as with the Sign Bank, is that it will be continued to be developed as we learn more through research and through corpora about South African Sign Language. Thank you very much.
Whew, I've got many hats to wear today. Okay, quickly, for 5 minutes. HandLab, who we are. So before I just go into who knows about HandLab? Anybody here? Put your hand up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ooh. HandLab team, we have a lot of work to do. We need to market ourselves more. Okay. I don't have anyone to click for me. Ooh. I'm deaf. So who is HandLab? We work under we are a project that is established under Stellenbosch University, and we develop SASL material. And the material that we develop is the aim for it to be used within the schools. The schools give us guidance in terms of what the curriculum, because South African Sign Language is a home language at the moment within the school, so we develop material for that curriculum. What it is we do, sorry, I'm very blind, I can't really see. Sorry guys, I'm nervous, so I'm signing fast. I need to calm down. Okay, so what we do. We have developed SASL LTSM, learning, teaching, support material, so that schools will buy our material and the teachers use the material to teach SASL. The first or regional project that when we started, we are the first project that has integrated SASL as the main type of material that we are developing. We develop material from grade R up until grade 12, and all of the material that we develop, we sort of don't want to stretch ourselves too thin. We've got a lot of other projects that we are doing within HandLab, but the baby projects I think we're gonna I will share with you today. Could we go back? We also have set up SASL terminology, and the SASL terminology we've gathered from the deaf community. I know many of you have overlapped in different other projects that are similar, and also SOS, DCAPs. I will explain those two aspects. So we don't only focus on the schools, we do have other projects that we are involved in. Yes. Okay. Click again, next. Okay, so this is School of Skills. Within the deaf schools, when there is no academic curriculum, this is more a curriculum for hairdressing, cosmetology, vocational aspects in terms of teaching. So this is not academic subjects. And so these are posters that we've made, as well as content we've created that you can print out and put that in your classes, put that up in your classes to teach, to use for teaching. And I love this project. This is the DCAPS project. Within the deaf schools, we know that there are grade R to grade 12, but then are some of the deaf schools where children have multiple learning disabilities as well as they are deaf. So we've created a DCAPS project, and it's sort of very much a visual demonstrations of everyday life. And for example, how to book an appointment, how to manage going for a job interview. So a lot of demonstrations. There's no, it's not really linked to any written or spoken language. It's very visual. Then this is my magical team. This is the team. We do filming, editing. We have 3 deaf staff. No. 4 deaf staff and 2 hearing staff. I will show you my team a bit later, but this is the team hard at work filming and developing the HandLab material. This is an external project. We love this project. It's very close to our hearts because it's a freely accessible project with Book Dash. So these are these are books that have been developed for young babies or young children. And so what we are doing the SASL version of these books. And many schools have told us, have given me the feedback that they really love this resource. It's a free resource. It's available on Book Dash's website. We currently have 112 books that we've already filmed and 164 that have been translated into SASL. And so you can have those stories accessible in our language, in SASL. So the signers in these videos are deaf leaders, are deaf community members, that the children can also see that's my language, and it's suitable for ages 0 to 5. So we really love this project. I also wanted to show you this is a video of the work that we do. If you could just dim the lights, please. And play. And we're not. No. Is my video not working? Is it not working? My 5-minute presentation is ruined. Oh, there we go. I don't want to go over my time. My time is up. Never mind. Maybe we can show it after lunch. You can promise me that? Thank you very much. That's what HandLab does.
So if you have any questions over lunchtime, you're more than welcome to hit me on the shoulder and we can have a conversation.
Good day, everyone. So my name is Dirkie. This is my sign name. I'm the Sign Language Center Manager at the NID. I just want to wait for my PowerPoint. Next slide. There we go. Okay. So just to start off the background of NID, we have three departments, and we're focusing today on the Sign Language Center department. We have an online basic SSL course, so for the hearing specifically who wants to learn SSL, and also for the deaf community who would like to learn learner's license, and the K53 is very text ready, so that we adapted the K53 into SSL to make the resource accessible. Then we also have an online SSL video dictionary. In 2002, we already started with that. It's online SSL dictionary that's free for deaf individuals, so you can just make contact with us and we can subscribe you. Also, all staff at schools for the deaf, they get free access to the full version, and also parents of deaf children to use that to make our communication accessible. And then also interpreters also gain full access to get access for free resource. And not only the Sign Language Dictionary, we don't focus only on that, we have other resources as well. Literacy resource for the deaf, teaching them a technique, specifically grade 1 to 3, to how to read and write. We together work with deaf and hearing staff at the NID, and if you as a hearing person would like to work at the NID, it's compulsory to learn SASL. You know, our CEO, for example, he attends class as well. Any person, even if you're at the maintenance or terrain working, you need to do SSL training once a week. It's compulsory, especially because we're there for the deaf. And also, to render deaf accessible content, organizations or people asking us or inquiring to make content deaf accessible. Any company would like to do deaf sensitization, know more about deaf culture and so forth, we do those sessions as well. I'm not going to talk too long. I'm going to show you different resources. You can have a look at the video. Okay, then we just need to click on the video to play, please. Let's hope it works. Someone with a mouse pointer must please just click on the video. The next slide, there we go. Okay, just hold on, there we go. It's going to start. Perfect. So just to mention, this is where we work with the online SSL video dictionary. Tremendous lots of data that we capture and document. Our team, we have 5 deaf staff members and only 2 hearing people, and this project is a deaf-led project. And also sign models, and everyone included in the project is deaf. So this is just to showcase the dictionary, how it looks on the website. The communities, from where do we get the data? We have all the communities integrated into the dictionary, and we want to acknowledge them as well. And like, for example, you can search for the word and also search for the sign. So there's a reverse search feature as well. This is just coding screens. It's very difficult, but we use that to help us. Then we do have the courses, just to show how that looks. And then also the learner's license course. The deaf community would like to learn, obtain the learner's license, can use the course. And as I've mentioned, NID staff, it's compulsory for them to receive training. And this is just to showcase once a week they do receive SSL training from the deaf facilitator. The staff at NID and the dictionary is also being implemented in the staff training as well, so that when they make use of the dictionary, they can have access to the resource as well. This is just to explain or to show the literacy resource for the deaf that we record the data in our studio. How much time do I have left? Tummy tuck. So for instance, all the different projects that we have, we do in our studios as well. So that is us at the NID. I just want to close off with this quote. I've seen many of the presentations as well, and we do understand there's different organizations, different stakeholders, and some may overlap and some we don't know about. And we agree that we need to work together. We have reached out to organizations and people and so forth to collaborate. But we would like to ask you guys to come and collaborate with us as well. Don't be shy, because together we can be stronger. Thank you.
Good morning. I am Sitembile Kwela from RIA. Okay. Good morning. I'm Sitembile Kwela from RIA. RIA is the word here with the letters spelled backwards, because understanding every voice, spoken, signed, digital, is important. We develop digital solutions to drive inclusion. In a rapidly transforming world, we do this through communication, education, passenger experience, and financial services. What is digital inclusion? The UN has defined it, but to sum it up, it's either you give a designed product to a user, or you design a product for a user. At RIA, we have provided solutions. We have the AI speech-to-text. The AI speech-to-text provides real-time translation, removing the communication barriers between two individuals. Further to that, we've got the AI South African Sign Language-powered ATM, which enables South African Sign Language users to do a full transaction in their own language. Part of our solutions, we also have the education and games. I will dive deep into the education as it's the main topic, but with the games, it's just to enable learning of South African Sign Language, especially for the little ones. The UN created the Sustainable Development Goals, which is to promote lifelong education and lifelong learning and quality education. But access to basic education is still a challenge. The Department of Basic Education echoes the same sentiments, which is meaningful participation and quality education, but still access to education is a challenge in South Africa. We need to reach a point where equal education means inclusive education. How do we evolve South African Sign Language learning? Firstly, you need to provide a platform, a personalized educational platform for accessibility and digitizing South African Sign Language. Reason behind it, learners only access school content in class, and then when they go home, they don't. We're saying there's a platform where you can access educational content even at home. Providing a digitalized learning platform only doesn't do the effective impact that is needed, because you still need your supporting digital infrastructure, connectivity, creating an enabling and interactive environment for the South African Sign Language learners, and digital literacy. To be able to provide an effective intervention, that is needed. And as RIA, we have done our research and developed a learning platform. First of all, we've created the South African Sign Language Bank, which consists of a dictionary that has 15,000 entries currently. So not only do we give you sign language, the signs, but we also show you how to sign, which is your classifiers: hand position, body structure, facial expression, which is very important. We also do acknowledge that for one word, there are different signs for it. And within our dictionary, then we provide variations. Second to our learning platform, we've got the educational content. The educational content just means if we digitalize South African Sign Language and it's accessible on a learning platform, from ECD to matric, we then, you're able to be assessed in South African Sign Language. You're able to access South African Sign Language tutorials. The whole platform then becomes a South African Sign Language based learning platform. We have deployed to 2 schools where we've introduced the learning platform, but when we were observing through observations, we realized providing a digital platform is not going to change the experience for the learners. You still need to create an enabling environment. To be able to access the learning platform, you need digital infrastructure support, which is your laptops, tablets for kids, also creating an interactive classroom, interactive boards, because remember, they depend on visuals. That is important. When we've deployed, these are the images of where we deployed at the 2 schools. That's when we also noticed that even something as simple as a desk and a chair, creating that enabling environment, changes everything for them. Our plan is from 2026 to 2028 is to roll out to the remainder 45 schools. We're trying to create an enabling and interactive environment for the learners so that they're able to access school content not only at school, but even at home, making homework more conducive for them because they can do their homework. Parents are able to assist them because they've got access to the school content. They're not using your papers or being assessed in English. However, everything now is going to be South African Sign Language because that is their language. We look forward, in order to achieve this rollout that we want to achieve from now 2026 to 2028, with everyone in this room driving the same vision, having the same belief, I truly believe collaboration is key. Thank you.
If we can have our lights back on the stage, please. Just give you a moment to brighten the lights on the stage for us, please. Okay, is there anybody who is going to turn the lights brighter for us? Is that it? Okay, great. Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentations, and well done for keeping to your 5 minutes each. Well done. It makes life so much easier for us for today. And as you can now see, as I've mentioned, there's information out there. This is not a once-off event. We need to make sure that we continuously update everyone on what is happening within our language community. And it's important for us to collaborate and work together on that. So continuously updating is the key here. During lunchtime, you're more than welcome to approach our presenters from the last group. If you have any questions, please do speak to them. If you feel you cannot sign, you can also make sure that you can get their contact details and maybe contact them after this event as well, if they might be too busy with other conversations. This now to speak about sign language in South African Sign Language and innovative ways of teaching. Please welcome Aisha to the stage as a presenter this time. Well, here I am again. We have South African Sign Language resources out there, but we're not all aware of what is available, correct? So today, I would like to speak to what SADiLaR has been doing, which is what we've been referring to as a sign bank. Okay. Wait, I do have, someone has the clicker. Thank you so much. Can you go back one page? So let's look at this as the point of departure. This is where a baby is born. And just like that baby being born, we are sitting with the raw material. And this is really just the start. We have so much to still do. SADiLaR doesn't sit with all the knowledge, and this is where we now need to work with them. So please keep that in mind as we are going forward. Be nice to me. Don't fight with me. This is about South African Sign Language and making sure that we do share what we have. We are going to be looking at different categories. We're going to look at the private sector and what resources are available there. And here you can see we have a television program, Accessibility with Jabbar, for example, as well as Andiswa Gabashe and iSign. We have BookDash, we have DeafNet, and we have the Deaf Federation of South Africa. All of these organizations have material available. So there's a television series that you can watch. Andiswa Gabashe has a YouTube channel, and then BookDash has the SASL content that they provide for free. DeafNet is also a network connecting deaf and hearing communities, and then DeafSA have videos and social media items that they share. We also have DeafTouch. It's a platform that supports communication and accessibility. We used to have DTV, I think you remember that. And then we also have eDeaf, who create videos aimed at the deaf for skills development training in SASL. And then, of course, HandLab. There's also Jimmy Swafo, South African Sign Language SASL, another YouTuber who create SASL videos, mostly shorts though. We also have Komotso Maluleke Skosana, who create SASL for beginners, who create South African Sign Language videos for beginners. There's an organization known as Notice, a YouTuber again with a playlist of SASL videos, learn SA sign language, photos of how to sign specific words, and etc. In the private sector, we continue. We have the NID, which we have now heard from. We have RIA, and we have Real SASL, that's also featured, and the South African National Deaf Association, SANDA. Continuing with the private sector resources are the SASL definition free app with vocabulary that you can access, the SASL skills training, also a YouTube content creator with 44 videos, and then Signing with Mel SASL, a hearing teacher of the deaf. It's really just teaching basic signs. And it was mostly during COVID lockdown that this was shared. And then, of course, SLED. We have Socigo, who promote deaf culture through arts and sport. The Sign Tutors, they teach vocabulary videos on YouTube. And then another one is TalkSign, Tom, deaf guy, also a YouTube content creator. Then there's Twinkle, teachers' resources, including posters and flashcards, and Unmute with hands, 4 instructional videos on YouTube. Unmute. So they teach also physical dancing. Then we have Vocal Hands, a YouTube channel between deaf and hearing communities with 7 videos. We have Vodacom Emergency Services that you can utilize. Then there is VSEC, a website on mental health, which is available in text, but now also in sign language. And then Yellow Owl SASL interpreted content, an interpreter basically signing some interesting stories. Then, in the higher education space, we also have some resources available. We have the Durban University of Technology, DUT, who do SASL translations for emergency communications. The Northwest University do courses in SASL. Rhodes University has a dictionary resource mentioned in talks. Then we have Saul Plaatje University, also providing SASL courses. Stellenbosch University providing courses in SASL, corpus creation, and teaching material development. Then also the University of Cape Town has a website that's translated into SASL and SASL teaching initiatives. University of South Africa, UNISA, has research collaboration with deaf community members, University of the Free State, and then the University of Johannesburg, wearable glove technology, and then University of Limpopo, who has an SASL office and plans for a term bank. Then we also have the University of Pretoria, an industry-focused SASL training program, a University of the Western Cape, who looks at the digital phrase book and sign support apps. The University of the Witwatersrand has a BA and postgraduate SASL studies program. And then we have the Walter Sisulu University, who's looking at the digital avatar innovation for SASL. Okay. So as SADiLaR, we are here to ask the community, okay, maybe you feel that your information is missing. Please make sure you reach out to SADiLaR and make sure that your information also features on the list of resources. Your company name, who works there, what it is that you're doing, so that we can make sure that we have your contact information to be shared on SADiLaR. With South African Sign Language being the 12th official language, people are more and more excited to learn South African Sign Language for communication. And SADiLaR is now curious. They want to know how can they support these requests. And this is now where we can get the information from you as our community. We've observed that we need to ensure that there's collaborations in place, partnerships, so that we could together can identify gaps and co-create, so that we can find a space where we can work together. Maybe SADiLaR doesn't have specific information, so please make sure that you reach out and ensure that yours will feature there. The aim really is to make sure that the opportunity for this platform is available to everyone. As you know, we've looked at categories in the private sector, in the higher education sector, but there's also other areas that you might feel these are places where your information should feature. And we want to make sure that it is shared with everyone. So what existing resources are not yet in our inventory? For example, the Wits Centre, the Bible translation, Hands with Words. That's also an organization that needs to be added, like you say, as well as Wits Language School also needs to be added. Real South African Sign Language. Who's making notes? Is there someone in our team that is making notes? Oh, High Hopes? Please. Okay, great. Thank you, Candice. Okay, so let's just start that list again. Let me just find my thoughts. Okay, yes. So Deaf Centre, Wits Deaf Centre, Wits Language School, High Hopes, Hands with Words, the Bible translation, Hands with Words. Okay, now I feel like I've lost something. Okay. Are there any resources that we haven't mentioned yet that you feel are missing from this inventory? Are there anything that someone has shared online? There is a disability group, signed this way, Nima. We're just making sure that Candice can make a note of Nima as well. Anything else? Slow Sign Language on Wheels. DEF. There's also another one, Deaf Empowerment Forum, I believe, DEF. It's also another organization that's not listed yet.
Has DEFSA been stated?
Voice in Hands for Deaf in Education. Fulton School for the Deaf has a dictionary app. Okay, great. We've got some new information to add. Soon we'll fatten up this little baby to make sure that we've got a lot more information. DCCT. Okay, and then another one. There's a deaf group called IFATA on Facebook. IFATA for the deaf, correct? Yes. It is a religious group, and they have a group on Facebook. Okay, IFATA for the deaf is also a Facebook group to be added. Anything else? FDHK, children's books for the deaf. Okay, anything else? I saw you signing something there in the back of the room, and I missed it because I can't really see that far. But if you can please just repeat. Okay, we've already got yours listed. Thank you. I really do need to find a way. Okay, so we have a few new names to add to our list. Thank you very much. Our first question has now been attended to. If you feel that this baby still needs more food, you are welcome to share everything you know. Now suddenly you're remembering. Yes. I do have one more thing to add. E-book. E-book for teaching linguistics. So e-book. E-book at Transurania School. And it's linguistics to teach linguistics. Thank you. Anything else popping up for us now? Everyone happy with that? So far the list, thank you very much. Okay. Thank you for your contributions here in this room. We'll definitely be adding them. We've been looking at the private sector, the higher education sector. There's quite a lot that can happen there. Oh, please add iBuzz. Yes. So please make sure that you can add what you want, and then we will still add it as we go along. Let's look at the second question here. How can this inventory be kept current? Because this cannot be the first one. And where do we keep this? Do we shove it under another piece of ground, or do we put it up in the clouds, or this will all be put on the SADiLaR platform? Okay. All the contact information, your links, your websites, all of that, I imagine, will be on the SADiLaR platform related to South African Sign Language. Deaf associations, universities, private sector organizations, educational, etc. Is this something that you would like a structure of? This could be part of the infrastructure so that that can be housed on the SADiLaR platform, where it will be hosted for everyone to access. However, now we also need to consider the verification process. Will this be done in meetings? Will this be done through PANSALB? The deaf community might want to say they want access in different ways. Yes. Let's just hang on for the camera to just shift to Renata for a moment. Audience.
I'm just a little bit concerned. If we look back at discussions we've had within SASL and standardization of SASL, those discussions are influencing what is happening today. So we can't forget the history of what has already occurred.
That is true.
Within the SASL spectrum. I do imagine, for example, I've got an MA degree in linguistics, and I share my input with you. Somebody else shares their input with you. Maybe the University of Stellenbosch shares their input. Another institution, etc. And now, how do we standardize that input? How do we select what is viable? So we can't ignore the variation of the different inputs that we receive. And I think there needs to be a discussion on variation.
Okay, just to be clear, the aim of what we are doing here is not about selecting specific vocabulary and variations. this is a space for, let me sign it clearly here. SADiLaR would like to give the platform, the hosting, the hub, all the information that we want to put on it will be housed there. That's it. If you want information related to AI, you can have a space for that. If you want to maybe see what information is available in education field, there's HandLab, there's SLED, there's RIA, etc. And then you can have in the categories easier to find more information. I understand the point that you've made about standardization. This is not about verifying signs specifically for standardizing purposes. It's just a fact that we know many organizations and institutions are creating sign language material. But SADiLaR is here to offer that bank, that platform for us to house everyone's information as well. If we look at, let's say HandLab. Let's say HandLab is a company. We contact SADiLaR and we say, hi, we have all this information. SADiLaR goes, great, let's put it on our website. We know that HandLab is a deaf-run organization, but then we also have a few people who create content online who are hearing and not necessarily accepted within the sign language communities. So we need to consider those points of information, of points of resources that need to be verified. Do they fit within the criteria of what type of organizations and information and individuals can feature on this platform? Must they be deaf-run? Must they be from the SASL community, etc.? I know we have limited time today, so I just want to try and see if we can also include more people from all our platforms here today, but also to let you know that today is not the last conversation we'll have about it. You are welcome to email us, and then after the meeting, we might be able to have another session. Okay, we have 2 online comments and then 1 on the floor here.
Thank you for the clarity and for explaining the vision. So ideally, I think the aim should be that SADiLaR should be responsible for the gathering of the different resources, and then selection be done by the deaf community of those resources. Maybe there should be an interview process in terms of what resources are selected, and may have it sort of monitored or have a proper overview done when selection is made. Maybe a process could be set up for that.
Problem solved, just like that. Thank you. Okay, so we do have 2 people online. Are they going to sign? Yes. No? Yes, so they will be signing. If we can please ask the tech team to broadcast the video. Oh, we first have Francois, and then we will look at Emily. Francois, welcome. Can you just hold on for a moment? We are just trying to do the setup properly. There we go. Okay, we can all see you clearly on the screen. You may continue. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Bibi. I've got 2 points I'd like to raise. But towards the issue of standardization, we have not yet finalized that. So we haven't made the final decision on standardizing SASL as yet. And I think that, Bibi, you have answered that question quite well, so thank you for that. And we also need to make final decisions in terms of standardization. The reason why I'm mentioning that, because within South African Sign Language, now that it's official, the mandate says that, within the amendment, it says that it cannot be standardized and we need to recognize different dialects. Secondly, I also agree with Renata. There needs to be a selection of, in terms of the content, the resources need to be deaf-led or deaf selection be involved. So it should be deaf-led, that's just our view. So we're proposing the third proposal or question, we want to ask what has happened with PanSALB's lexicography. What has happened with that process? Who approves that information? Was PanSALB involved or was SADiLaR involved? We just want clarification on that. Who influenced which parties? We just need clarification on that third point. Thank you so much.
I believe that we have a second person, and then we will get back to the floor. If we can please also show on the screen Emily, and then Jean, if you can please be ready to respond after Emily has raised her question. Emily, we're just waiting to also show your video. There we go. Thank you. Hi, Emily. You may continue.
Thank you so much, Bibi. I agree with what Francois has also mentioned. He's covered me on the first point. With the selection process, I prefer that there should be deaf involved in that process. I think in terms of clarification, we've cleared up that deaf should be involved in the process, and then also the question on PanSALB's involvement as well. And the reason why I'm asking is because PanSALB initially started a project, and they've got a national language board that approves the in-house projects that they do for SSL development. So we want to know, in terms of involvement, who are the stakeholders involved?
Thank you. So to both Francois and Emily, thank you so much for your questions. I am not in the position to give you sufficient answers to your questions and comments. I think I would like to hand over to Candice to respond more appropriately. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Aisha, thank you for presenting and for sharing those important points with us. So we do feel ready for the next step. So to answer the question on PanSALB, they are not here, but they have been involved in previous discussions with SADiLaR and work that we are preparing to do, but we will announce that as it progresses. For the moment, we are just gathering feedback and questions, etc. So please keep that noted if you haven't had a chance yet to share your input, and then we can also share feedback at a later stage. So for the online viewers and also those that are physically here with us, just note your questions in the meantime. I know that we are all tired. We are probably all eager to just share what we want to share. But before we get to that, I just want to give maybe share a prize giving for the second person that registered, or a second prize goes to, this is the last person that registered to be here physically today. Who is this person? Where is this person? The very, very last person that quickly entered so that they can be here in person today. Is he not here?
Well,
that
then
means
that present is mine.
No!
Thank you very much.
Okay, if that person is not here, we will note their names. But thank you to everyone. For now, we are going to take a break. We are breaking for lunch. Please don't come back tired.
And please make sure that you don't leave.
Yes, there's
after
more
lunch.
to come.
We have more presents to share with you after lunch. So please make sure you come back. Let's make it, what time are we back? 2:15. We will be back
Yes,
at 2:15.
let's be back.
No. No,
At
sorry, I can't
2:15.
see.
1:15.
Oh my goodness.
Oh,
One.
sorry.
No.
1:25.
We will be back at 1:15. 1:25.
Yeah, because we know the deaf
start.
community can talk quite a bit.
So let's be back at 1:15 online. Please enjoy your homemade tea and lunch.
The food is available outside. If you go around the corner, please help yourselves.
We are just waiting for a few people to still arrive. I'm checking, is online back and running? Yes. We have our attendees coming back into the room, and I think it is time to get us started again. I know this is the graveyard shift. Everybody's feeling quite full and the eyes might be closing unwillingly.
Check 1 2 1 2
Please
1
do
2 1 2.
notes. That should keep the eyes open.
Check
as
1
we
2 1 2.
have one more prize to hand out, and this prize is for the first deaf non-presenter to register. And that would be Renate van Reenen. You win a prize. And Renate is responding with, but why? We'll just give her a moment for a photograph to join us on stage. Oh, I didn't get any presents. I'm not sure what I've done wrong. And from Candice, well, it's a definite no. Do you know why you received a present today? No, I don't. You've been chatting and looking elsewhere. You didn't focus. Okay, so we checked on who registered. Yes, I wanted to join this event, so I'm glad I registered. So the point is that you registered, you were the first deaf person to register, to attend and not present. So we are giving you that prize. Well done. Thank you. Can we have the photographer, please? Ooh, you're a fast runner. Okay, well done. Let's all congratulate Renata. Okay, let's put the PowerPoint back onto the screen. We would like to see the representative from African WordNet, Marissa Griesel. If you could please join us on stage and share your information with us. Thank you. And we'll just give you the clicker as well for your presentation. Perfect.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for having me today. I'm really excited to be here. My job today will be sharing an idea, and it is really an idea only, because we still need many collaborators. There might be existing resources that we are not aware of yet that could be incorporated into this idea. And we will start that idea with introducing an existing project called the African WordNet, where we develop WordNets, as it says on the package, for South African languages. And we would now love to also extend this offering to include South African Sign Language. Now, as I said, this is purely a proof of concept, but perhaps I must begin with what is a WordNet then? And since we have already heard about the sign bank that is being developed, or that's being envisioned as part of this project as well, perhaps also contextualize this a bit to say what the difference between a WordNet and a sign bank then is. So a WordNet is not just an online dictionary, and I put just in quotation marks there because we all know that an online dictionary is or creating an online dictionary is no easy feat in itself. But a WordNet, rather than organize the words or the concepts integrated into it, rather than organize them based on their spelling, so according to the alphabet, a WordNet organizes the entries based on their meaning. So it includes semantic information that categorizes and puts the concepts into an orthography. Christiane Feilbaum, who was one of the very first creators of a WordNet, defines it as a semantic dictionary that was designed as a network partly because representing words and concepts as an interrelated system seems to be consistent with evidence for the way speakers organize their mental lexicons. So it was really conceptualized as representing how we as humans also learn language. It is a large electronic lexical database that, as I mentioned, is hierarchically and semantically organized and includes descriptions of lexemes for a language in an electronic format. Synonyms are then grouped into what we call synsets and linked together by conceptual, semantic, and lexical relations. Hyponymy, hyponymy, meronymy, holonymy are some of the most prevalent relations that we include in a word net. One synset will describe one concept and therefore also have one definition, but we can include multiple usage examples from real-world corpora or real-world usage cases into one synset as well. Each of the synonyms can also have their own usage example. Luckily, in an electronic format, we are also not constricted by space as much as traditional printed dictionaries were, and we really do have the luxury of including a lot of information. So on screen here, you can see a visual representation of a word net then. I'll give you a minute to see what's on there, and then I will describe it. Okay, so firstly, you can see the hierarchical structure that you have here, and then also the different semantic relationships that are represented by the lines between the different building blocks of a word net. Now, each of these building blocks represents one synset, so each represents one concept and one meaning. And in the example that we have on screen here, the word that we have in the pink block in the middle, that is auto, as in a vehicle. And that is further made clear by the definition here on the right-hand side. And this definition says it is a self-propelled wheeled vehicle that does not run on rails. So any kind of automotive vehicle. Then you can also see that this is further extended by the different hyponyms and hypernyms, depending in what direction you are working in, to include different kinds of auto vehicles like an SUV, a convertible, and then also the meronymic and the holonymic relationships to include a bumper or a car door, for instance. So the different types of vehicles as well as the different parts of a vehicle are all connected to that central definition of what a vehicle is. Now, this is a very lengthy description of one single example, but I do hope that it makes clear what we are trying to model in a word net. And this is based on an international best practice found in the Princeton WordNet, which was developed for American English. And you'll see also that the capitalization of WordNet is very unique with both the W and the N as capital letters. And this is because it is a trademark where we only use lower caps in the African WordNet project name. And the Princeton WordNet is a freely available and publicly available resource that was started in the 1990s already. It currently includes about 120,000 synsets for American English, and it has been built out to include many other languages. Polish WordNet, the Dutch WordNet, German WordNet, etc., all stem from this very first Princeton WordNet, or at least the template and the structure that was described in the Princeton WordNet for American English then. And all WordNets around the globe that want to be listed as a Global WordNet Association member have to provide a link to the Princeton WordNet, either directly or as a post-processing step. Now, we did exactly that and used it as the template for the African WordNet project. And you can see on screen there a photo, although it might be a bit dark, of the very first attendees of our very first training workshop that was hosted by the developers of the Princeton WordNet as well as the Polish WordNet. So we really had world-leading experts to come and teach us how to do this for ourselves. By using the Princeton WordNet, and then from there creating WordNets for the African languages, we followed the expand model. And this means that we really did start with the Princeton WordNet, but in the years since our very first training workshop in 2010, our team have gained so much confidence and so much skills in developing WordNets that we have slightly now moved away from the American English WordNet to really create something for our own languages by our own people. Currently, we have a team of about 40 linguists working on the 9 languages included in the South African WordNet project. And we also do, apart from the development of synsets and all their constituents, we also do quite a bit of research into the best practice for development, different linguistic aspects that can be gained from studying WordNets, and then we also do a lot of research into application of WordNets on, for instance, human language technology or HLT solutions, AI-driven solutions, etc. Basically, anywhere where you want to represent the meaning of our languages in our languages, we try to have the WordNets represent that. There we go. And here is just another example of how intricate these WordNets really can be. This is an example that we worked out in the project for different body parts in Sesotho sa Leboa with the English equivalents. And I realize that not many people will be able to read this, but I'm sure our online audience will be able to. So this is especially for the online people then. But what you can see here is that, for instance, the word for hand is directly related to the word for arm, which is in some way related to a muscle, which then, if you take the whole network into consideration, is connected to body. So just another example of the intricate nature of these WordNets. There is a bit of an extract from that, where we also did multilingual analyses of information from the WordNets. We took the word hand and then saw what the different equivalents were in Tshivenda, Sesotho sa Leboa, and in isiZulu. Another important aspect of WordNet development that we hope to emphasize more in the future is that they can be used as vehicles for language preservation. And in the example that you see on screen, you will see that we enhanced the basic WordNet structure with images of clay pots. And this is specifically from the isiZulu culture, where they use different sizes and different shapes of clay pots depending on the cultural activity at that point or the function that they wish that pot to play. We've also applied the WordNet to First Learners initiative, where the UNISA Learn to Speak an African Language website can be enhanced by annotating some of the more difficult terms with information from the word nets. For instance, the isiZulu word etanga, which means thigh, but can also point to pumpkin, was here highlighted, and then the definition, the usage example, and also the superordinates were added directly from the word net to make clear that this is the body part and not the food source. Then the last aspect in our project, and this is mentioned last but definitely not least, is the capacity development initiatives that we all participate in. The UNISA node of SADiLaR is currently taking the African WordNet to students across South Africa in a series of workshops supported by SADiLaR's Escalator flagship program. And our aim here is to provide students and staff at especially language departments at universities with skills in annotation, in definition development, and just overall skills in participating in human language technology development projects, so that we also can address the skill shortage in these technical spaces for people of all of these language groups. Now, on to the business of adding South African Sign Language to the WordNet project. As with the other languages, we have a template that we could possibly use, and I stress could here because this is really just an idea, as I said at the beginning. And we could follow this template until we found our feet, until we know what we are doing, until we've gained that confidence, and then we could continue with that, or we could decide to go in a direction purely African and for ourselves, by ourselves. So the open multilingual signed WordNet currently includes German Sign Language, Greek Sign Language, British Sign Language of the Netherlands, French Sign Language, Swiss German Sign Language, Swedish Sign Language, and Polish Sign Language. It has about 17,000 of these synsets, and it is very much still a work in progress. And the coverage for these individual languages is still limited. The team behind this open multilingual signed WordNet were very kind in sharing their knowledge, and have invited us to have a look at what they make available on their website and decide if this is an avenue that we also want to explore for South African Sign Language. This team under Dr. Mark Schulder also offered assistance with training, extracting synsets from existing materials, and then, of course, in research. So this is what their synsets look like at the moment. This example from the British Sign Language. So you can see that there is also a lemma, in this case for tortoise. There is a definition, and there is a usage example. You can also see that this is then further expanded with the sign language video capturing that concept. In the interest of time, I'm not going to play this video right now, but if you just Google the multilingual sign language WordNet, you are sure to find it, and you can have a look at what they include. And now here we have the blank canvas that could be filled with South African Sign Language information. I on purpose kept it very blank because there is space for the logos of collaborators, perhaps institutions, universities want to come on board with this. The only thing that I did was add a beautiful video of Aisha signing the lemma tortoise as well, because I knew we would see her here today. And we can add information to this that we would like to add. So this could form that building block in the sign bank that was introduced earlier, where we include the semantic relations. This could be a step in collecting all of the synonyms or dialectic variant signs. This could be just a collection of definitions. We can decide how we want to organize that for ourselves. And on my very last slide, I just want to invite you all to collaborate in this project, to assist us, and to form the team that drives the creation of a South African Sign Language WordNet as well. We have an idea. At SADiLaR, we have a bit of technical know-how, and of course then the infrastructure that we can perhaps lend to this development. And we are happy to connect you and your language community to the researchers who have done this on an international scale. There is my email address on screen. You are very welcome to chat to me later today as well, or drop me an email and we can discuss ways that we can make this European or American-centric resource part of our languages as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very, very much to you, Marissa, for that information. It's really good to see what else can be done in collaboration with SADiLaR. And this is the aim of this whole event, and going forward, is to find those collaborators to keep on developing South African Sign Language. So thank you very much for your contribution. Our next speaker is now going to be Aisha. She will be talking about the learner management system that has been created with SADiLaR. Is everyone still okay? Not sleepy? Okay, that's good to know.
Hi. Hi, everyone. Maybe you little bit. Do you love me? Do you not love me? Are you happy to see me? You're not happy to see me? Oh, now I know. Now I love you guys the same. Okay, so I'm here in my official HandLab capacity as a HandLab staff member. I will be presenting on the LMS platform. Candice, can you be my clicker? This is not deaf friendly, eh? Okay. We have learner support material, and that we have moved it onto our LMS platform. I will explain how. But before, remember I did my quick 5-minute presentation on who HandLab is. We started in the Western Cape. It grew from one person to a group of people. And our aim is to develop sign language material for the children in the deaf schools. And initially we were focusing on the Western Cape at first. And we also realized then later on that the other schools within South Africa, the deaf schools, were also in need of material. We do have material, we create material that is DBE approved, and we're quite proud of that because it's well quality material and that's been distributed to the schools around the country. So this is the team at HandLab. We have Vanessa. She is our lead as project manager, and she's currently based in the UK, but we are quite privileged because we are a remote organization, so we can work from Gauteng. I'm in Gauteng, she's in the UK, we've got a team in the Western Cape, and this is the rest of the team. Our beautiful team. It's myself, Aisha. My responsibility is to check content and quality. I'm the content and quality manager, so when we develop material, we verify it, we make sure if it suits deaf culture, it's suitable for deaf children, will it impact the children, will they learn from this content, and then we check all that quality before we distribute it. And I am deaf, and my boss is also deaf. Then next to me is Claire. Claire is also deaf. her responsibilities is she is a videographer as well as a video editor. Remember the Book Dash program I mentioned with the kids? So she's responsible for videoing that content. Then we've got Alex, he's also deaf, my brother. So I don't have any brothers, but he's my brother from another mother. He's also deaf, as I mentioned, and he's been with HandLab for many, many years. He's also a videographer and video editor. So the videos that you've also seen throughout today's event has been edited by him. Then we have Lenka. She is hearing. So all our material, as you know, there needs to be copyright and illustrations, etc. So she drafts the illustrations. So she's an illustrator and a graphic designer, and she drafts illustrations to go with our content that we create. And we also make sure that the illustrations that she designs matches the deaf culture. And for example, if you see a picture, a deaf person or a child screaming on a picture, then you'll have a deaf kid signing on a picture. So we make sure that the visuals go with the action. So sorry for the interpreters, I'm going very fast. Then lastly, we have Simone. Simone is our creative director and creative writer. So she writes content, or we give her a concept, she writes the content, so she does it in English and Afrikaans as well. She also does research when she goes into the schools, see what is wanted. The schools give us feedback or content that they want us to create, and Simone then does research. She does creating of the content. So we are one team, one magical team that does a lot of work. I also want to show you how we create the LTSM material, learning, teaching, support material, LTSM for short. I just want to show you guys a quick video of the process. Please don't fight with me. Please work. Yes. So, if you think about what it takes to create one story, it's quite a process. And many people think that what we do is quite easy, that developing material is simple. You just write up a story, print it, distribute it. It's not the case. But with sign language and also developing SSL material, it's quite a headache. You go from the written to the video to the editing, etc., etc. It's a back and forth process, and it takes quite a lot of time. So we want you to see this so that you can also acknowledge that the process of developing material does take a lot, and so we acknowledge those that also have done the same. I just want to also explain in terms of developing material. So the information we get, we gather that. Myself and Vanessa, we look at the content or the concepts, and we feel maybe it would, what's suitable for which grades. We would then sit and decide that. Then we gather signers from around the country, and we film them. They film the stories. They film the comprehension test. They film the list of signs. And that also the list of signs or terminology comes from the original story. When that filming is done, it comes to myself. We do editing, we check quality. When the video is complete, we used to copy it onto a DVD, our beautiful DVDs in the beautiful packaging, and we sent that to the schools. So just bear in mind the DVDs, eh? This is just images of the team working together. I really enjoy working with HandLab because we are such a fun team, even though we are so stressed. Sometimes we work in 40-degree weather, and we're working, our team in the background would work with short sleeves and shorts, but the team works so well together. I've already explained the process in developing material, and I also went into decaps and what the purpose of that is. It's more demonstrative and more visual and demonstrating different concepts. With stories, we've got different categories. And so we sign the stories, we record it, etc., and we would then send that to the schools. We also have a vocab list that we've set up. The vocabulary list, I will explain later in detail how we have developed that. And then we also develop teaching guides, because the teachers, they get the material and they're not sure what to do with the material. So the teacher guides gives the teachers a basic understanding of what stories they could, what they could use for with the stories, and also in terms of planning their lessons, how they could plan their own lessons. So we give them steps and support. So the teaching guide is just there for support. So as you saw, in the last part of the video, Simone was busy packing those beautiful DVDs. Who still has a DVD player? Oh, wow! I want one. Do you have one? Only 2 people here have. 2 in the room that still have DVD players. Shame, guys. We have so many DVDs that we've distributed to the schools, and that's now become a barrier. Because the schools call us and they're like, HandLab, we cannot use the DVDs anymore. What do we do? And so we had to think about next steps. We had to get rid of the DVDs, all those big sets of DVDs that we had. Sorry, I thought he was going to come and penalize me or something. Then we went over to USBs, and so we would download the videos or the content onto the USBs, send that through to the schools. But then there was an issue of viruses getting onto the USBs, and it would affect their laptops or their computers, etc. Or they would say the format, or they can't find the videos are missing, we have to search for it. Another problem. So what did we do next? So technology was way ahead of us, and HandLab was way behind, and so we needed to catch up. So with technology and catching up to developments in technology, we faced a number of barriers. We thought about, if we're not doing DVDs, USBs are no longer working, we need to think of what else is possible. Next. Okay, so then our team, we were thinking and crying, the schools were crying, what are we going to do? How do we resolve this? And finally, our Father SADiLaR gave us a beautiful gift, like Father Christmas. And they gave us the solution. But we've been in contact with so many different companies. We've been asking, looking for a host to host all our content. We have over 250 stories. And within those 250 stories, there are videos, there are comprehension tests, there are the list of signs, etc., etc., etc. A numerous amount of data. We did not know where to go with this data. And we felt like we have so much. They told us, a lot of companies said, you have too much, we don't have enough memory. And finally, Juan, my best friend, he said, yes, HandLab, we can do it, let's see. And so we developed LMS. I know Jean is fed up with me already. Myself and Vanessa, we've gone back and forth in this process. And we really wanted to develop this platform so that the schools can have access. Access for the schools, we want it to be more easier, we want it to be simple. And so that's the reason as to why we set up the LMS platform. We've already answered this. Challenges that we faced, no longer using DVDs, loss of videos, loss of content. I've already mentioned all the challenges that we faced, and so we then decided to develop the platform. We had to also think about the platform, but then had to bear in mind what challenges we could face with the platform. So we give the schools challenges to the platform, but then we're not sure, do the schools have access to Wi-Fi? The schools that don't have access to Wi-Fi, what do we do with them? Do all the schools have access to to laptops, to digital devices, to access the platform? Do we give them iPads? Do they have iPads? Do all the schools have? Do we share the iPad? Some schools have said we have one iPad that's shared among a few students, etc., etc. We noted those concerns. And then also the teachers themselves that have been working for many years, they are maybe not technologically inclined. And so having them skilled up, maybe they don't know. So how do we train them? Or we have all teachers, how do I use a computer? Things like that. So a lot of also possible challenges that we noted with the development of the LMS platform. And so we decided to do a hybrid type of platform. So a platform where the learners can also have access to. The reasons why we needed a platform, as I also explained, for accessibility, to make it easier for teachers to go and say, bring my laptop, or that we're looking for a laptop, or they need to print something. It's just easy for them. They go onto their device and project the story, and they focus only on the teaching and less time on the admin and the prep that goes with teaching. And having access to that. And also thinking of, what are you going to teach today? Am I going to teach a poem? What poem am I going to teach? Where am I going to find it? Just going onto the LMS platform and it's there, ready to be taught. And the aim is that we wanted the platform to be as simple. We wanted to be centralized. We also wanted to make sure that everything was on there that would be accessible to all the schools, would be the same material. As I also mentioned before, we asked numerous companies that could assist us with developing that. We received a lot of no's, and SADiLaR then decided to work with us. I think myself and Vanessa, I'm not going to say HandLab, I think it's just myself and Vanessa's dream is that SADiLaR and HandLab really run a long, long journey together to build. They're laughing because they know what it took to develop this. We had a lot of back and forths about what we wanted, but it's been a marathon to get to where we are. But we've really told them what the deaf needs are, and they've been open to making sure that it's suitable for the deaf and what our needs are. So it's completely deaf needs based only. And the platform really is heavy, a lot of content, a lot of work that has gone into it. Juan has worked so hard. Sometimes he does something for us that he worked hard to develop, and then we tell him, no, we don't want that, let's change it up. So the process itself, I've really enjoyed the process in developing that. The back and forth, the thinking that has gone into developing the LMS. I know as you know with DVDs, it's so beautiful. When we first had the DVDs, it was quite exciting. You put that into your device, and then you can export the material. But now, we needed to export everything to put that onto the platform. And so Alex was responsible for exporting all the content of all our DVDs, filing it in different locations, arranging it, sorting it. Once we did that, it came to me. Myself and Juan then set up an Excel sheet, and it was just an honest, transparent document with all our files, the file names, the videos that went with each file, which month, And that took months and months of work. We realized that some videos were not in the correct column, wrong category. We had to change things around until we came up with an idea of using Streamable. And once we uploaded everything onto Streamable, that was like a temporary sort of host for our content. And all our HandLab content, then we created links for all of the videos. Once all the links were created, then Juan and his team set up the platform. So the role of HandLab and SADiLaR, and how do we work together? So at HandLab, we are responsible for the content and creating of the content, etc. I've explained. And I was responsible for that Excel sheet. And I think that's why I can't see now. I think my vision was impaired through developing this Excel sheet. Then our project manager at HandLab verified all our material, our SASL material, what was missing, what still needed to be done. And then SADiLaR then came in. They took all our material, everything that we created, and they loaded it onto a platform. And the platform's name is Moodle. And all our lessons is loaded onto Moodle. I thought that we were good to go, but in a perfect world, there'd be no challenges, but unfortunately, there were. So at HandLab, we shared all our feedback, and then SADiLaR would come back. We shared all our content. SADiLaR would come back and say, okay, there are things missing, or there's content missing, or something wasn't uploaded correctly, or took long to download or upload. And so we edited everything, but the process of actually uploading all that information, all that material, took a long time. So initially, the spreadsheet and the system, there were some, with the system itself and the spreadsheet, there were a few things that weren't matching. We had to re-look at making sure that they were both in sync. We loaded everything onto the Excel. Juan then came up with a design. And on the design itself, he and I went back and forth. We said we changed the format, changed the layout. And that was also another process that took quite a while because we felt like we needed to make sure that the layout matched and what we wanted and what he wanted and there was quite challenges to reach a consensus on that. Communication was also a challenge. We would then say, because I'm deaf, my English that I gave to Jean, he would read that, and then he would say, Aisha, you want this. Okay, then he would implement it, and then I'd see what he does, and I'm like, no, Jean, that's not what I meant. So, miscommunication. But at the end of the day, we both realized that at the end of the day, we didn't really criticize each other. We were very open to listening to each other's needs and wants. He was open to understanding deaf culture, etc. And eventually, we've built such a great working relationship. I did mention that prior to setting up this platform, we did think about whether the schools would have access to Wi-Fi, if they have data, things like that. And through everything, we then made the decision. Excel sheet is set up. We had meetings. We discussed the how and the details. LMS platform was set up by Juan, and we then went ahead. Michelle then joined us in terms of with the Excel sheet. It was a lot for me to do everything because we really I was doing it one by one per video and material that we had, and Michelle then assisted with a better layout of how we could upload all the content. So the process of the LMS platform, this is the layout. I'm not going to explain it step by step. Once the prep for the development of the LMS was done, that wasn't it. We had to test the platform, and so we went to test it with 5 different schools. We went to check how the teachers, their user-friendliness, were they okay with it? Some teachers loved it, some were a bit nervous to use it. Some were struggling with technology, but some that so we gathered a lot of feedback from the schools. We still need to go to one more school, and once the pilot is complete, we'll roll that out to the rest of the schools. This is the homepage of what the LMS platform looks like. And so all our courses will be listed there from grade 1 or grade 4 until grade matric. So you can type in what grade you are looking for, and then you'll see what material there is for each grade. Then we also have foundation phase, intermediate phase, senior phase, and FET that is grouped up into different categories. Inside each of those stories and content, there is an introduction. The introduction just basically states what the story is about, the actual story, the comprehension test, and the list of signs and the teaching guide. So you see that box that Simone was packing? All that is now done, and it's now all on our platform. This is an example of an introduction. So the teacher can also see or get the gist of what the story is about, what grade it would be suitable for, and if they want to use it. And also, it also states there that it is DBE approved content. You click on there, and then the story will begin. The video will begin. So the story, what you can do is you can minimize the video, and if it's too fast, you can slow down the video. You can rewind, you can go back. So with our DVDs and the USB, they couldn't really do that. So here you can slow down the video or fast forward if you want to. Then with the Wi-Fi, we have ensured that it uses the minimal amount of Wi-Fi and made sure that the quality of the video is clear, it's not pixelated, even though it's 0 rated. Then with the comprehension test, we've listed as question 1, question 2, question 3, question 4. So it literally just the person signing the question, the student is able to watch it, note the question, and then continue. Then we have a list of signs. The list of signs is formulated with content or words from the story. And as you can see how it's listed there. And then lastly is the teaching guide. There's 2 in English and in Afrikaans. Next. And then I've also explained about minimizing the video, etc. This is also for learner access. Maybe if in class it's too big, or they weren't able to watch it properly, then they can actually watch it on another device and have it on a smaller screen, etc. So we've given each of the teachers login details to be able to access the site. Now, I think my side is done. The LMS, I think later we will show them a video of the platform. So HandLab, we've also filmed 8,000 terminology, 8,000 words. And SADiLaR has set up a vocab, and it's available on the HandLab website. And that is a freely accessed resource. And so Joan will explain the process of the vocab list. Over to you.
Thank you, Aisha. Thank you, Aisha. So before I start, Right. Thank you, Aisha. Before I start, I do want to draw your attention to 2 colleagues there at the back. Our technical manager, Dr. Friedel Wolf, and Dr. Michelle White, who has actually done the heavy lifting behind this. I think I did the nice drawing of the pictures. Oh, this can work. And then Michelle, would you please? Friedel, would you please? So they really did a lot of the technical stuff behind the scenes. I think Michelle took the first 3 months that she worked at SADiLaR to get an idea of how we can automatically create the LMS. Because the key thing here is, if you think about how to edit a curriculum or a piece of text, open it in Word, You take out some small bit, you're ready, you can distribute it again. If you have a lesson in Moodle and you want to change one thing across 300 lessons, you can't go in by hand, click, edit, click, edit, click, edit. You need to be able to do that automatically. So that was something for SADiLaR that this project was also valuable for, because again, like I said earlier this morning, we do not have a lot of experience with South African Sign Language. And this project also helped us to understand a little bit better in terms of the needs, the type of infrastructure that's needed, and that's what we also gained in terms of valuable experience from the project. So I want to briefly share a little bit about the vocabulary, and this, there's the clicker. About the vocabulary. So as Aisha already mentioned, there's around about 8,000 signs that has been filmed by HandLab that will be available free to use in a platform. So you can say it's maybe like an online word list, not really a full dictionary, but you can search, it's categorized. But that's also utilizing what we've learned from the LMS environment. So we've learned how to work with the streamable files, how to think of how can one make things mobile friendly so that you can utilize it on mobile devices that doesn't use a lot of data. You know, every picture that you see, it loads a little bit of data, and if you load 8,000 pictures in one go, your phone might crash or it will take a lot of data. So that's also a process that we went through, and in a way that is steps towards a sign bank as well, because these signs could also be taken further, annotated further in terms of specific metadata like location of the sign and additional things like Marissa also showed in terms of WordNets. One thing that was also quite important, we went through a few iterations with the community. That was the very, very first version of what we shared. That was also shared with different deaf schools, and we received some feedback in terms of how this word list could help and be utilized within the educational space. And also based on this, Marissa was also able to look at how you can integrate some of these elements into the WordNet environment. So that's the basis of what you can do in the current system. You can filter according to specific themes, for instance, animals that help us, the ocean, general signs, and then you can also type in a search for the particular sign. There's some information of how, where a particular sign is part of. So there's aardvark, it's part of animals, and that's part of wild animals. So that's a very basic online word list that allows for some lookup, and that will also be available towards the end of the project. We're still uploading a lot of the signs, but that should be finished within the next month or so. So there's an example in terms of how it is rendered, or one of the examples at least. So when you would now search for, in the case, aardvark, you would get the video. The video will play and loop, because a term is very short, so that it can loop over and over. And you get the information of, it's part of animals, it's part of wild animals. There's also a link to a poster that has the Afrikaans translation on the poster, an image of the animal, and some additional information. But that's also some of the future things that we are looking into in terms of bringing those concepts together. But the key thing here is the aspect, and I think that's also what we're trying to do here today, is to ask for that collaboration ideas. Because once you have the data in a more accessible, interoperable format, you can do new things with it. Again, using the example of what Marissa showed, if there's signs that can openly be referenced, you can put that into a WordNet. You can put that into a sign bank. The community can comment on that. The community can expand on that. And together, we can build the building blocks that's needed to take South African Sign Language into the digital space. So in closing, we really also with all of today, and also with the collaboration with HandLab, we really value the community feedback, because that's a practical thing that one needs to understand in order to make things applicable for the different use cases. We also included aspects in this vocabulary area where you can request a sign. If there's maybe a sign missing, you can also bring in suggestions or ask questions based on existing signs. And as I already mentioned, we foresee that the data of this could be some of the first data that could be included in the future sign bank for South African Sign Language. Right, and this brings us to the questions.
I'm back. So as you've seen, with the LMS platform that John has helped us create, there is the LMS platform for the teachers and the schools, and then the SASL vocab is for general use. The video that I had this morning, I just want to show that it didn't love me today, so if you could show that first video that didn't want to play, I would appreciate it. And that is HandLab and the material that we've developed for different categories. Also, just an example, with the LMS platform, if you saw that video, it was there. We wanted to show you also what the platform looks like. Could we just show the video of the LMS platform, please? And that is our LMS platform. We really want to acknowledge SADiLaR and the work that we've done with SADiLaR. This is not just a HandLab project. This is a mission and a vision that we had for access for our deaf children in the schools. And so we're going to open the floor now for questions. Can either be directed at HandLab, at African WordNet, but I think my presentation is complete. Thank you so much. Thank you, Aisha. Thank you to the team that's been working really hard and built good partnerships to develop these things. And it just shows that it is possible. Doing it in silo doesn't work. In collaboration and in partnership, we can do much more. And as she's mentioned, it is for our deaf children. And so, yes, work together. And we're looking forward to that. And we're going to open the floor now for a bit of questions, but we're only going to limit it to 10 minutes. And then we've got one more speaker, and then we are going to wrap up. So that also for the online questions as well, we're going to limit it to 2 online. And then I just want to ask if we could check online. We've got 2. Okay, we've got a question in the audience as well. Another question. Can we first get to the online? Nobody else in the audience? Okay. Let's do online and then the question in the audience. Can we get the person on screen?
Okay, the first question is from Jackie Westhuizen. The question is, it's an amazing idea, but how do you envision teachers using your materials for assessment? The second question from the platform is from Sarah Kutz. The videos are lovely and definitely needed. There is a risk of signer dominance in exposure, though, as his variation of signing may start to be indirectly associated with a standard form of SASL. How is HandLab mitigating this risk? Is there a record or limit to how many videos the same signer can do?
Thank you. I think Aisha will answer those questions. Jackie, thank you so much for your question. So at the moment, I would say the first step at the moment, our focus is on establishing the platform and providing the teachers access. At a later stage, we will add then learner access and interactive assessments with learners. The aim is to change or configure the platform so that it suits the needs. Also, the changes that you've noted with us in the training you've done with us, we've taken into account. And then also the question from, I think, is it Sarah? Her question, I think, with the videos, and that you're seeing the same faces and the same signers. We do apologize for that, but just to let you know, HandLab has been using signers from different backgrounds, different schools. And so if you go into our website, you can also see the vast range of signers that we actually utilize. They are from Durban, they are from the Western Cape. We want to also make sure that they bring their dialect, but also at the same time, we're not correcting them in terms of what dialect we want them to prefer to use. We've used different ethnicities, different backgrounds, different genders, and the project itself also depends on what budget we have, because we don't have a stable income or fixed income for these projects. It really depends on what the school pays for, and then we can give them the material that they pay for. When we get funding from outside organizations or companies, we need to obviously see or fit the criteria of what they are giving us the funding for. And so our team and we really try to ensure that diversity is there. But if the deaf viewers that are watching today, you want to be a signer, please do reach out to us. We're happy to include you. And also remember that ideally we are working together. I hope I answered those questions.
Thank you. There seems to be another question back there. If we can have a camera on the question from the room. Do the mics not work? I'm not sure. They don't work. Just leave them.
Hello everyone, I am Foebe Mabelani and I work at SLED, that is Sign Language Education Development. I am the LMS administrator and I'm going to have a number of questions, so please bear with me and hopefully everyone will learn something from the questions that I ask. SLED is primarily, SLED focuses on the development of resources and LTSM materials for schools. Our primary focus has been the foundation phase, and we do have materials for FET. So my question today is regarding the LMS. We have an LMS for our program called SOIL, SLED's online interactive learning platform. This is a platform where we're training educators at Schools for the Deaf in South African Sign Language. Our two courses are OFC, Online Fundamental Course, and LOLD, Language of Learning and Teaching. So most of my questions will be coming from the challenges that we've faced in using an LMS. We've been using it for over, I think, 3 years now for our teacher training courses. And I just want to get clarity on the LMS. It's a Moodle LMS, you're also using Moodle, but I want to understand, was it specifically designed for the organization or was it a template used? And the reason I'm asking is because in terms of scoring videos and putting it on the LMS, it's quite difficult because it takes a lot of time to score and there is enough storage space. So I heard earlier you mentioned like streamlining. So I just want to ask, are the videos scored and hosted there and only links put on the LMS, or are they scored and put into the LMS itself?
I wonder whether this is where my name comes from. I need to take my hair out of my eyes. So yes, so in terms of the LMS, so what we tried, and that was also very much the direction of our technical manager, is to work as simple as possible, to try and stay away from plugins, to try and stay away from any things that's not open web standards. So the way the videos are included in Moodle, it's essentially built as a backup module automatically, which is then imported into Moodle. So the videos are not SCORMed, it's not packaged, it's literally a video that's embedded into the platform. Does that answer the question?
How do you guys do that in terms of space and capacity that you are able to put them on the platform without scorming?
Yes, so that is where Streamable comes in. So that's similar to Vimeo, well, technically YouTube as well, and so on. So with that, you can utilize the embedding functions that's available for these streaming platforms to place the video in the LMS, but the data is actually somewhere else. So that just helps with the whole process. So there's benefits to that, but there's also drawbacks, to that.
So that means they're using a third party to host the videos.
Yes.
So in terms of content, updating content, etc., that means you have to go through the third party.
It's maybe another way to put it. So you can put the videos directly into Moodle.
Okay.
The only difference is we put it directly somewhere else. But the whole process that Aisha explained, and that's why there's so many steps that you saw on the screen, was that if Streamable doesn't work anymore, one can easily move to Vimeo, we can move to YouTube, because we know the structure of the data and the information is there. So it's, to a large extent, platform independent. Currently, Streamable works reliably, fairly cost effective, and it works for what we want to do. But we can most easily just move to another streaming provider as well.
Okay, the reason I'm asking is because these are some of the challenges we faced. So thank you for that. And then there was a mention about assessments, etc. So on our platform, we've been doing assessments. So we have video assessments and interactive games, quizzes, etc. to do our assessments. So I wanted to learn, does your platform, I think I asked, do you guys use a template or did you create your own LMS specific to your needs?
Yeah, so we're utilizing Moodle. Also, one of the things that SADiLaR tries to do is to utilize open infrastructure, openly develop things, because then you're not bought into a proprietary system. So Moodle is also open source, so it doesn't cost anything to have Moodle. Yes, it costs something to host Moodle, but the structure of the lessons, that was developed and co-created with colleagues from HandLab in terms of what they want there, and that was then developed by our technical colleagues, who then created the process to automatically generate the lessons at scale.
Okay, the reason I'm asking is that currently...
I do apologize for interrupting you on that question. I think this is quite interesting, but maybe because we also have limited time and others also want to ask questions, can I ask the two of you to maybe sit down and have a bit more of an in-depth conversation? For now, I'd like to ask
Thank you.
a question over there. Thank you so much, Jean. I'm so sorry, we have limited time. I know you're burning with questions. We also do have someone who will close for us later. So can I ask who is going to do the next? Okay. Can the camera please follow the next question?
Good day, everybody. My name is Shadi. Oh, sorry.
Just hold on.
Okay.
Okay, you can go ahead.
Okay. Good day, everyone. My name is Shadi Mahoba. So my reason for coming here, it was primarily out of curiosity, because I'm only a beginner in learning sign language, but also I'm from corporate, and what we do is financial wellness education. So my interest was actually that when we do presentations, we are not able to cater to the deaf community. So I wanted to know which platforms we can also use to be able to engage and be inclusive of the deaf community. But I'm happy to hear that there's a lot of platforms, and hopefully after this I can be able to engage with maybe SADiLaR and HandLab, and how we can collaborate and how we can also engage going forward. However, my question that I have is, I attend classes with St. Vincent School for the Deaf in Rosebank, And when everybody was speaking and they were presenting what platforms they have, my question now lies on, because when I attended the classes, we attend every Saturday, and the classes are mainly for the parents, for the deaf kids, because you do have hearing parents, but their kids go to school of the deaf, right? But what I want to ask, and from SADiLaR or HandLab, what is it that you're going to do going forward to also assist or equip the parents that have kids that go to deaf school? Because the school wants to teach them, but I feel like after the classes, there's no material that they use after to also empower themselves. So I'd like someone to also actually answer that for me.
If I can just quickly add, and then I'll give an opportunity to you, John. I sign to you imagining that you can understand my signing, and you just nod. So well done for that. Okay, so what I wanted to respond with is that at HandLab, we do not teach teachers, we do not teach anyone. We provide the resources that those educators who are trained to teach can then utilize in their classroom. Learning sign language is from different organizations. We do not teach sign language because we just simply don't have the capacity. But if you can maybe add, if you want to add anything. Just a moment, please, until we have the interpreter on the screen as well. We're just going to wait for the screen to change. There we go. Thank you.
Yeah, very brief. That is essentially part of the second part of the project that was described, the SASL inventory, earlier by Aisha. And part of that is what SADiLaR wants to do is also create awareness of what is already available there. Because HandLab doesn't have to do everything, RIA doesn't have to do anything, SLED doesn't have to do everything. There's a lot of role players, and that's also what we're trying to do here, is to shed some light of what is available so that you can also go find the material that you need, and the gaps that there's, then there might be ways that can be achieved with the existing organizations. So from SADiLaR's side, also just to clarify, we're really that infrastructure provider. We are not actively developing courses or so on, but we kind of provide the backbone in terms of hosting these materials and creating awareness about these materials. Okay.
Okay, thank you very, very much. I think there's one more question online. How are we going to be managing that? Cara, do you want to turn your camera on and sign, or did you want to use English? Which one, how would you like to present your question? Cara, if you can please indicate how you would like to proceed. If you're going to use English, okay, just a moment. We just need to make sure that tech has sound turned on. Are you unmuted as well? Yep, we can't hear you in the room. Just a moment. We are just going to get the sound for this room. Well, I can also sign if that's easier. That's up to you, Cara. We just want to be sure that people in Zoom, there's a video with sound that needs to come through. Have you unmuted yourself? Okay. Definitely have unmuted, right?
Mm-hmm.
Nope. Nope, we still cannot hear you at all. Okay, it's fine. This is Cara, and I will be signing. Well, firstly, congratulations to all the work that has been done. Thank you for leading the way for us. I know SLED, we've also done a lot of work in the same space. We had similar challenges with DVDs, having to change with technology. So same challenges, same solutions we had to find, etc. And then also with assessments. And with HandLab's advice at the time, even though we still have all those DVDs in the cupboard, we had to move online with our content. But then also copyright became an issue. And how do you protect your content? Because it can easily be downloaded and then be shared, which means that even though we need to still make some money so that we can continue with our work, having protection of our material electronically is very important. So a lot of our content needs to be online instead of in DVD format. I'm really excited to see what HandLab and SADiLaR have done together in cooperation. And I think that we should all sit down and have more conversations around how we can collaborate. Thank you so much. So from Candice, thank you to Cara. Now Aisha.
Okay. We're just waiting for our technical team. Hi. Okay, everyone can see me. Cara, thank you so much for your input. SLADE and HandLab, we have similar projects, yes. And I'm happy that she's mentioned that we are happy to work with you, SADiLaR and HandLab and SLADE. The copyright issue, the platform is quite strict. It doesn't allow for content to be downloaded. It is that's more for technical purposes to make sure that the content isn't distributed publicly. It needs to be a system where you log in, you get access, you view the content you want to view, and you log out. So none of the content on the platform is downloadable. There are other layers of challenges, but we don't have the time now to go more in depth with that. There's another question. I think it may have slipped my mind. Oh, yes. The what? Oh, the DVDs. Oh, the menu. So the DVDs having section 1, section 2, etc. So we've set it up in a way, for example, chapter 1, chapter 2. So we sort of used it in a technical way to accommodate technical terms. So the layout of the DVD, we've tried to make it as similar online as well. We're not doing things of how to teach. We're doing training on how to use the platform, and then they can utilize it in a way that suits them. For example, we film the content, we put it on the platform. Maybe at a later stage, DBE declines the video or declines the story, or they want to edit something, or there's a sign they've indicated that was wrong. Internally, we then edit and we send back. So we're not there to tell you guys, please remove it or change it. Automatically, the updates will happen on the platform when we update. So those updates will be continuously happening in the background. So you don't need to worry about calling us anymore. We're not driving to give you the USBs or delivering the content. So that with technology, and it's changing now, it's new, it's still a pilot program. We are still gathering feedback from the communities to make sure that we finalize and give you a product that is of the best quality. And so the aim of the resources and the stakeholders and those that are here today, what existing resources they are. You have, we have, it's not about us, not about me, it's not about it's about us working together and sharing ideas and sharing support. And SADiLaR wants to give you the platform, so they are like Father Christmas. You know that big red bag he has with all the gifts inside? SADiLaR has collected all those gifts, put it in one big Christmas bag, and share that with you. So if you want to learn sign language, you can go into the bank, look for what you're looking for. You're looking for SASL material, you go into the bank. And so this is just one step forward to advancing SASL. Yes, we can do it. Yes. There's a comment online. Is it a long comment? Okay, there was a comment online saying that there's not enough resources. It's important that you remember that today, it's not about complaining that it's not enough. Where are the resources? There's nothing available. No. Today, we are sharing the tools, we are sharing the resources in one space. So you are open to contact SADiLaR, and tell them, I've got a resource, we want you to share this. Or this is, like I said, this is just the first step. It's just an ember of what's to come. So this is not a once-off process. I think I'm done now.
Yes, thank you. You stay. There you go. This ember will not be snuffed out. We will continue with our collaborations and partnerships as we go along. So thank you very much for everyone, and thank you for all the questions and comments from the audience. And before we leave, I think that we need to remember this is about sharing our work, sharing our knowledge, and all for the same purpose, and see how we can really work together. I mean, we're getting older, not younger, but the younger generation needs to see how this collaboration can benefit everyone, because they will have to take it up after we have moved on. So we have one last speaker to bring us towards the end, Professor Langa, Khumalo, and I would please ask you to join us on stage and give us our closing remarks.
Good afternoon, colleagues, to the program directors, very energetic program directors. Thank you very much for a fantastic job. I would like to thank our delegation from DSTI, Mrs. Tandega Heles, Ms. Noktula Mtetwa, and it's been a long day. Pumla, yes. How can I forget the purse where all this work derives from? I really want to thank you for honoring this arrangement, and the arrangement was for us to have a morning session that was focused on the work that is done mainly at the hub and in our node infrastructure, but also to have this very dedicated, very detailed session. Very focused session on sign language, South African Sign Language. And we have had such a marvelous presentations and work that has been taking place in this space. And for that, I want to thank Stellenbosch University, and in particular our child language node that is headed by Professor Heather Brooks. Heather, thank you so much for the wonderful work that you've shared here today and your inspiring collaborators. This has been truly an inspiring, insightful, and indeed groundbreaking expose. I thank the deaf societies that are represented here, and those that obviously are not here, that we are inviting really in a collaborative effort to develop resources that are going to make this language a language that can be used in all spheres of life. Like literally in all spheres of life in our day-to-day human interactions. They have contributed richly to the conversation today, and there is a lot of work that is to be done and a lot of infrastructure that needs to be built. And I know my technical infrastructure at SADiLaR, their hands are wet because there is a lot of work to be done. And Friedel is going to have very good conversations with us at our next Thursday strategic management sessions. But the bottom line is that we need to collaborate in order to achieve the vision that we have set for ourselves. And the vision that is undergirded by Section 6 of our Constitution, that we need to develop all the 12 official languages to achieve parity of esteem. And this is exactly where SADiLaR's work derives from. It derives from the Constitution, that we need to develop resources for all the 12 official languages so that these languages are used in teaching, in learning, in research, in innovation, and in all spheres of our human lives. And in order to achieve that, really no single institution can do that alone. We need to undergird collaboration. We are grateful, obviously, again, for the DSTI, for the leadership, and for the real vision to develop a science infrastructure. In establishing all the research infrastructures in 2016, through the South African Research Infrastructure Roadmap, today we have a growing science infrastructure that is transforming our lives and imparting new knowledge and inspiring novel innovations. Today, DSTI has listened at the vast amount of work that we are doing as an infrastructure and that we are doing with our collaborating partners. Work that is taking place at SADiLaR and its distributed nodes, and the opportunities to transform, to develop, and to build a new future for the country. And just allow me for a moment to be vulnerable. Today I was supposed to go to surgery. And I told my neurosurgeon that it is not possible for me to miss the commitment today. And I'm glad I made that choice. And the surgery has been moved to Tuesday morning at 10 o'clock. I couldn't have missed this for anything, particularly this 10 to 2 o'clock session. The work that has happened in, how many months, John, now? Because we learned last year that SASL has been officially gazetted as an official language. And soon after that, we said we are going to start driving the work and developing resources that, and aggregating those resources into a common platform that you actually saw today, so that South African Sign Language can be visible, that resources can be accessible, that people can begin to say, this is the emerging infrastructure in this particular language. And today, we have spent a good amount of hours actually experiencing that work and witnessing the many systems that have been developed to bring that to life. I couldn't have missed this work. And of course, I couldn't have missed our delegation from DSTI. There has been an amazing engagement today, and I would like to congratulate all of you that have engaged robustly. I want to lastly thank the SADiLaR staff, those who are here in person and those whom we left at the hub, who do all the work that we have shared since morning. I want to also thank the node managers who are here and those who couldn't be here, who do all the specialization work that is sitting in our nodes that are distributed in various universities that we shared in the morning. After this session, it is clear that we have our work cut out for us, and particularly our technical division. But I want to say thank you, and thank you for all that came today and those that are joining us online. We really need to develop resources for this language. There are many spaces that this language is proscribed, that this language is disabled. In the courts, in the health section, in the basic education section, we need to valorize this work so that our learners, the speakers of these languages, can have the same opportunities that the speaking children have in this country. Thank you so much, and safe travels back home.
Wow. You have made us feel extremely special today, Prof, because you put your operation on hold for us. So that has really touched our hearts. Thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to gather here today. Okay, so now we've come to the end. And before we wrap up, I just want to say thank you to everybody that has been here today, that has joined us. And just bear in mind, we are working together. And to wrap up, I'm going to wrap up with a poem. It's a very, very old video. But I'm going to take you guys back and see how it can be adapted for the time now. It's quite a short poem, so let's have a look. But lastly, I must say thank you to everyone that's been here, everyone that's joined us, and please remember to work together. Before we show the poem.
So before we say the poem and pose and be all happy about everything, we still have one more prize to give.
Yes, we've got a prize.
I don't know. Look, what does it say? Maybe you should first look at the poem and then say who's won a prize, right? Let's first watch the poem. We just wanted to be sure the poem will show and not the winner.
Viva SASL.
That is such a beautiful story. Maybe our non-sign language users struggled to follow the poem. Okay, the poem was really about someone who didn't have sign language, and then one day a hearing person tried to talk to them, and he signed to them, and this is how South African Sign Language looks. So this is a pre-official South African Sign Language poem, and that was the story. Now it is the official 12th language, and we're going to provide a prize now to someone who was the 12th person who registered in that spirit to be here in attendance. So the 12th person who won the prize will be, can you show us the name on the screen, please? Drum roll, very soon. Oh, could it be B? I'm happy to take it. Oh wait, Zamile, Mafuna. Oh, there we go. If you can please come and fetch your prize. So this is the person, the 12th person who registered to join this event online. and that is how we selected the name. Well done. There you go. And please take a photo.
Congratulations.
Absolutely.
Okay. Now we have finally come to the end. Oh, remember?
Mm-hmm. Oh, an online prize. Is that a question from the online community?
Yes.
We'll have to think about that. We'll have to think about it. And
I think we can do that.
We'll contact you. I do apologize. Nothing for online viewers. Maybe that's an encouragement for you to join us in person next time. Oh, I'm so sorry.
I just want to say thank you. Sorry. Thank you to everyone. Also bear in mind, if you do have any more questions or any more information you'd like to gather, please contact us. The team will share everyone's information. We really press on time, but thank you to everyone. We love you all.
Thank you again to everyone. I'm sure that you'll go home very relieved it's all done. Aisha is out of your line of sight. You must be tired of me already. I'm done for the day. Thank you, everyone. And please go safely.
Thank you also to everyone online. Thank you, our online people as well. We love you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you also to our team, everyone that joined us. Thank you.